Council, thank you very much for that generous introduction. Just to check if I'm being heard clearly by the team at Munyonyo.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
That's good. That's good. I'm honored to be part of this conference, this summit, the third of the kind that is happening. And as Peter has rightfully mentioned, that the summit aligns with the ambitions of government in as far as reviving both private and public players. So we from the private sector are definitely honored to be a part of this cause, reviving the economy. I think we all just the Ugandan economy, but how the global economies have suffered, which has been around for the past close to 2 years. Many businesses have been disrupted, and of course, that has meant that a lot of capital has either gone to waste or value hasn't been realized out of that. So, as Peter also rightfully mentioned, beyond the current challenges we have around reviving the economy and the opportunities that arise from that, from the perspective of reviving struggling entities, and perhaps also supporting those enterprises that are looking at growing their mandates, both locally but also regionally. There are also a host of greenfield opportunities that exist across many sectors. And all these, of course, require capital. They require cash. Without capital, I think it all. So before we delve into the discussion today, our panel shall be made up of two individuals whose profiles I'm just going to read out to us right now, so that you appreciate the depth of their experience and so that you can pay keen attention to their submissions. So the first panelist we have today is Kenneth Legacy. Kenneth is the CEO and CIO at Otas Africa Capital, responsible for providing leadership and strategic oversight towards achieving the firm's vision and mission to harness investment into and finding capital for entrepreneurs and businesses to drive Africa's growth. As a CIO, he oversees venture and debt investment vehicles managed by Otas Africa Capital. He has also he also has experience in co-founding and angel investing in companies, including $1 million and above in seed capital across fintech, e-commerce, research and data analytics, transport and logistics, energy and infrastructure sectors. So basically, his experience is across very many sectors. He likes to work and support entrepreneurs to grow through venture building model. Welcome to the discussion. Our next panelist is Fiona Magona. Fiona Magona is a partner at Marks Advocates. She has over 15 years experience in multi-jurisdictional commercial transactions, cutting across corporate M&A, private equity, energy, mining and natural resources, projects and infrastructure, and general corporate, commercial, regulatory and investment advisory. She's consistently ranked by the IFLR 1000 as a highly regarded lawyer, and described by chambers and partners as highly efficient, effective, and customer-oriented. She provides legal and strategic commercial advice on cutting-edge transactional work across sectors like telecom, broadcasting, insurance, education, banking, manufacturing, gaming, mining, and energy. Routinely handles legal due diligence, advises on corporate transactional structuring, negotiates local and cross-border transactional agreements, commercial operational agreements. She has an impressive knowledge of the local regulatory framework and is commended for her advice on compliance issues, licensing regimes, and issues affecting and foreign investors. She has a host of major clients, including multinationals. She holds a master's in law from the University of Birmingham and has a lot of experience across Africa, having served a number of stints in South Africa and a number of other enterprises there. So perhaps before we can proceed, let's just hear from Ken and Fiona. They could say hello to the audience.
Hello, everyone.
Ken, you
it's a pleasure to be here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Sure.
Hello?
Ken, you're audible. We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. No, I'm just saying pleasure to be here. And I look forward to the discussion on our panel today. Thank you.
Thank you. Fiona, you want to say hi to the audience?
Absolutely. Thank you, Yosia. And thank you so much for that very generous intro. I'm not quite sure who you were talking about. This morning, I'm here feeling quite lonely up here. I feel like so abandoned, but I'll excuse the both of you and pay back later. It's a very awkward, setup this morning because I'm conflicted whether to look at the gentleman on the screen as I talk or to actually look at the audience. It's very different, but I guess these are the times and it's really hybrid. So I kindly ask the audience to excuse me if I'm not looking at you as I speak. Sometimes I'll think I'm engaging the people on the screen, but really pleased to be here this morning to share, but to learn as well. So thank you for having me. Thank you.
Fiona will not take offense if you look at the people in the audience.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Kenneth. So if we may dive straight into the discussion, as has been introduced by the host, the subject is finding the right capital and partner for your organization's growth, understanding how to get access to the funding and the requirements that you need for that. Of course, I think before we delve into the nitty-gritties, perhaps I want to hear from Ken and from Fiona what their view of the right capital. What does right capital mean? Is there anything like wrong and right capital? What are your quick views on that before we dive into the other issues? Ken, you want to go first?
I was going to say ladies first, but
okay.
Sure, why not? So when you're looking at the right or wrong kind of capital, it's usually guided by, I'd say two things. One, your business model and the type of business you are, but secondly as well, where you are in your journey. Because when you think of yourself as an organization, you're on a journey and you're growing. And depending on where you are in your journey, it will determine what is the right type of capital for you. Now, I have some examples and I can share, but usually when you think, and I don't know if I'm allowed to just flash something up on the screen quickly, but when you think of the right type of capital, it will usually look something like and I'll just share very quickly. It will look something like this. So I'm hoping everyone can see my screen, but it will look something like this. If you're at a very early stage, you're looking for capital that's usually non-dilutive or does not require you to maybe pay out every so often fixed amount, say interest. So looking more at maybe bootstrapping, as we call it, internal resources, grants, angel investors, incubators, maybe government funds, venture capital. And then when you become more mature, you can look more at banks, private equity, the public markets. So that's my understanding of the right type of capital. Depends on your business model and where you are in your journey. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Fiona, you want to have a shot at what right capital means to you?
Absolutely. Thanks. I agree with Ken. Right capital is basically capital that's not putting a noose around your neck as a business. Right capital is capital that's coming to add value to you, to take you to the next level, to expand your operation, to basically meet that need of that company. Whether that need is basically undertaking a particular project to grow your profile, whether that need is basically accessing a particular market that you've not yet, but that capital brings that. It's not just the actual cash, but it's capital that's going to sit well with your company. So capital that's not going to now dilute your shareholding and make you so uncomfortable, capital that's not going to squeeze you out of management. Capital in this case is really an investor coming on board and obviously bringing the cash, but also coming with other strings attached that just might not fit with your business model, with your strategy. Of course, initially you're so desperate for the cash and you might say yes, but eventually this just might be a noose around your neck. So I think for me, in very simple terms, right capital is that capital that is so aligned with your strategy. Like Kenneth was saying, with your business strategy, it's taking you where you want to go. And it's not harassing you along the way to pay through your nose. It's really giving you the value you were looking for beyond cash, but in terms of value addition as well. Thanks, Yosia.
Thank you, Fiona. Thank you, Ken. So basically, what I hear from both of you is that capital is that only missing kind of piece in the puzzle that should set things right, and I think it should be of the right kind of amount, the right cost, and also coming in at the right time. So I think we all appreciate that capital is the lifeblood of any enterprise, and of course, it requires prudent management for survival and growth to be realized. As elaborated by Kenneth, it can be generated both internally and externally. And of course, the ultimate goal of the enterprise should be to optimize it to achieve desired commercial results. And of course, the need for capital or additional capital for that matter is usually brought about by a number of dynamics, which could be operational, could be commercial, market in nature, but also strategy in terms of the strategic positioning of the enterprise. So, but it's never obvious, how to raise this capital. Sometimes we know we have ideas of where we can pick the capitals. I think Kenneth has kind of hinted on that, but you're not quite sure how to access that capital. And especially now, during the era of the pandemic, when everyone is quite jittery about just to hear from Fiona first, what are those different ways that a business can raise capital, especially within the context of the pandemic? What are the different ways that a business can raise capital? And perhaps you could also advise on how a business can optimally go around that.
Okay, thank you, Yosia. So there are various ways to raise capital, and I believe I'm sort of speaking to the converted already, because I see such astute businessmen in this room. But having said that, I think by and large it's two categories. It's either going to be debt, you're going to borrow, or it's going to be equity financing, which means an investor that thinks you look good and you can even do better is going to put resources into you, and those resources, will be money that's put into that company via shares that are acquired in the company, but money that also comes with either skills, additional skills, technology, access to a market that investor thrives in and is accustomed to. So It can be debt, it can be equity, or a hybrid of both, i.e. that the person bringing the money in would like to have some shares, but also debt, an element of debt. And I suppose this is a question of, the risk in their view, but also the risk to you, the company, the way you've assessed it. So equity could be anything from, an IPO, it could be the famous venture capital or private equity, it could be a merger, an acquisition. Debt is our usual borrowing from the commercial banks, from development institutions. It could be, so it's really, you're either borrowing or you're having somebody invest in you, put money in you, but they will typically probably come with some, requests tagged to that capital. The same way a bank would also have terms on the money it's giving you, and both ways this needs to work. Thanks, Yosia.
Thank you, Fiona. Ken, as you come in there, I just want to hear from you, because both of you mentioned that capital should come in at the right time. When does one determine the right time to actually seek for additional equity or debt, as has been elaborated by that right time? When is the business ready to actually engage third-party capital providers?
So because I work a lot with entrepreneurs at an early stage, but I've also seen what it's like for more mature businesses. Timing when you need capital, usually they'd say you should always have 12 to 18 months of your capital need available with you as a business. So it may seem like you'll always be raising, but yes, the right time is 12 to 18 months before you need it. That is what we'd advise. And so it means you have to be, as part of your budgetary or planning cycle, you have to be looking at your needs. So yeah, that is it. And then it means you then have to go on a roadshow to look for this money. But I'd say a good rule is 12 to 18 months before you need the capital. You should be looking for it. Depending on the type of capital as well, you have to allow time. If the type of capital you're going to be getting from, say, a bank, debt financing, you're a more mature business, you have steady cash flows, you have strong relationships, it may take you less than 12 months to get that capital. But on the other hand, if you're more early stage, you need to get more patient capital, which is going to be equity in nature, then you need to allow more time to be able to raise that capital, because you then need to find who are the people you're going to talk to for that money, what is their process, what do you need to give them before they can give you that money. There's going to be a whole due diligence aspect to it, and that takes some time. But as a rule of thumb, 12 to 18 months before you need money, you should be looking for it.
Ken, I'm coming back to you on that, especially because you mentioned 10 to 12 months, or 10 to 18 months for that matter. We're living in the era of the pandemic. A lot of disruptions to the way business is happening, and before you know it, you need capital much earlier than you thought you needed it. So practically speaking, from the context of COVID-19 pandemic, what would be the most effective lead time? Because if you have wait for 10 months to receive capital, most likely by the time the 10 months have elapsed, your business has gone under. So how does that speak to the current context of operating in the middle of the pandemic and the incessant lockdowns that you're having all over the place? So
yes, when I said 12 to 18 months, I meant 12 to 18 months before you need it. So if I'm going to need capital in 12 months or in 18 months, I should start looking now, at least. That's really what I meant. And the other one as well is, as I mentioned, the best source of capital is the one that's internally generated. To internally generate capital, it means, especially now in the pandemic, it means one, you may choose not to do certain things. That means you may need to maybe, lay off workers, may need to review your supply chains and bring down the cost of goods or services into your business. To generate revenue internally, you need to prioritize certain key clients to make sure they continue to pay you so that you're getting cash internally. You need to review your relationships then with the people that usually give you capital, be it your bank, to see where they are and make sure you're in a good position with them. Do you have any debt or interest repayments outstanding? Make sure you're up to date with those. And then reach out to who would be your equity investors. And I've seen some of them in the room today. Thank you, Eyavka, for being around. But you need to just be building relationship with them. But like I said, 12 to 18 months means you prepare now for capital you need in 12 to 18 months. I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, thank you, Kenneth. So basically, enterprises have to be thinking strategically. They shouldn't just be thinking survival today and tomorrow. Rather, they should be looking at the long term, where to be in the next 5 years, and perhaps from a capital perspective. So I think that is quite clear, but also operate around how to release cash that is trapped, perhaps in 10 business divisions, so that businesses can survive, especially during the current times. So we move to the next issue. How does an enterprise determine how much time is needed before that? Perhaps Fiona, you could throw some light on how do you determine how much additional capital you need and that you should be looking for?
Thanks, Yosia. And I was sort of just going to add to Kenneth's point, the 12 to 18 months, and just say that it also really depends on your setup, yes, your strategy, but also just your readiness. Your setup meaning your size, your purpose, your strategy, in terms of timing. Sorry, before I go to your question, Yosia. And I guess your setup, if you're really small, we've seen banks, commercial banks quickly disburse, or the shareholder might give you in a month. It's really about showing them that, first of all, you're organized and you deserve the capital, or that your numbers are right, you're compliant with the policy, regulatory, framework. If you're basically ready to go. But I guess what Kenneth was saying is, if you're a larger, medium-sized enterprise, then I suppose decisions aren't that quick. If you're not a smaller business, I suppose you need to think long-term and sort of plan, effectively plan for this and roll it out slowly so you're doing it right and correctly. But otherwise, depending on the capital you're looking for as well, it could be quite fast. It could be that the investor is also, at the right, looking for the right, you're the right target for them. But moving on to your question, Yosia. Sorry, I didn't get it properly.
Yeah, so the question is, having determined when you actually need capital, and how then you determine how much you need, so that you don't overfinance or underfinance your requirement. How do you determine the exact amount of capital you should be looking for?
Yes, so, and again, it goes back to your status internally, your strategy as well. So what exactly are you looking for? What's the purpose for this capital? Are you looking just generally to expand? Are you targeting a particular project? Are you trying to align with a group strategy that really targets certain market? What's your strategy? What's the purpose for this capital? And I suppose it really starts with sort of looking internally and ensuring that you're looking good. that you cross the T's, you dot the I's, and that really just means that in terms of your books, your numbers, compliance with the law, you don't have any tax stuff outstanding, and effectively you don't have any red flags. You've done a good due diligence on yourself. This due diligence could be financial, it could be legal, but you've basically looked internally and said, okay, this is where I am, this is my reality. This is where I want to go in line with my strategy, in line with my vision for my company. And to get there, if this is where I am, this is roughly what I need. And then you're quite clear then when you're approached by an investor, or when you approach the funder, when you approach the bank, the shareholders, the venture capitalists, the private equity firms, you're quite clear on the amount, and you're quite, you're exactly what they're looking for as well, i.e. somebody that's confident about their business, is aware of its strengths, its vulnerabilities. You have a very clear picture of where you're heading, and therefore you're able to make the right projections in terms of capital. So yeah, I think it really has to start with you and sort of ensuring that you're good to go, and that you've looked internally and you're clear on your status and where you're heading, and therefore you can sort of make the projections that would get you to expand to the next level, or to add a certain angle to your business and what that would cost. So it's really research, I think.
Okay, thank you, Fiona. Ken, do you want to speak to that? And perhaps you could also advise on, what would inform the choice between debt and equity? I mean, having determined how much you need, then how do you choose between either going for debt or equity? But you could perhaps first add to Fiona's submission on how do you determine how much you need at a particular point in time?
So how much you need at a particular point in time will be a balance of what you need it for, and whether you have some of it internally. Again, I'll just show this here. But this is really something we do with businesses when they are trying to determine how much money they'll actually need. Do you have internal sources? What are the actual uses for the money? So you have to be able to list them out. And this sort of helps you determine as well when you may run out of cash and therefore will need money, and can plan backwards to see that need. But how much you need will be determined by the uses for that money, and if there's certain sources within your organization. And therefore, if the difference is how much you need. So you can see, for example, in this example, there's initial capital, there's revenue expected. This may be in years. There's revenue expected in a certain period, but in between there are certain amounts, certain spend that is needed by the organization. If, for example, you didn't get that revenue, it then means you need to raise all that amount that is in brown blocks between the different times when you get capital internally. So that is how you determine it. So you work with your CFO or your finance manager to determine how much money you need based on your budget, and you know that guides you when you're going out, and you put it in your fundraising documents. You'd asked that I comment on the different. You're saying the different sources for the different stages of funding.
So basically, just to put it straight, I mean, how do you choose between debt and equity? I mean, having determined how much you need, then how do you choose between either debt or equity? What informs that decision?
So to choose between debt or equity, as I mentioned before, you have to know sort of where you are in the stage and where you are in terms of generating cash. And again, you can see when you're a business, if you're generating cash sufficiently, you tend to lie more towards the debt side because you have the stability of cash to pay back debt. Debt comes with fixed costs in terms of interest. If you're not generating as much cash or there is instability in your cash, then you lean more towards the equity side. So that is just the simple a simple distinction between the two. So it's depending on your maturity and stability of your cash that you're generating. That will dictate whether you go for debt or you lean more towards equity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
can
you.
I just add to that?
Yes, please, Fiona, go ahead.
It's not so much just you, the entity that's looking for the cash to determine if you're going for debt or equity. To a certain extent, certainly is. But on the other hand, it's also what's out there and what sort of fits with you. It might be that perhaps the banks, what they offer wouldn't quite sit with you long-term or short-term. Or it might be that the investor that's looking to put some money in your business perhaps also is seeing it a different way, and you just might have to align. It's not necessarily 100% all the things that you wanted, but you've sort of compromised and met each other somewhere. Why, for instance, if you have a private equity investor looking to put a good dose of capital in you, but that person is also coming with all these other benefits as opposed to just the money, that might be an incentive. For instance, if they come with a whole network with them in terms of market for you, if they come with technology that just takes you to the next level. Now, if they come with skills by just being on your board, not only do they raise your profile, but they also share enough knowledge to enlighten the rest of the board. So they take you from being so narrow to a wider view. Maybe they have all this experience they come with. So I find that a lot of the time, while you, the business, might have this, you should also be ready. You might have this list of I want debt. I don't want anyone sort of coming in as equity, diluting my stake or making me make certain decisions. Some of these people are really suspicious. They come in saying that they really agree with your strategy, and somewhere down the road, they just might start derailing you and sort of pushing other agendas. So it's very much a give and take as well, because they certainly come with value, and you're giving them the value. So it's a discussion, it's a negotiation. It's not straight-jacketed. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Fiona and Kenneth. What I picked from your submissions is that, of course, what would determine the choice would be the strength of your cash flow. I mean, how predictable is it to meet obligations as and when they fall due, but also what is the availability of the funds and what is the cost thereof. So it would be a choice also on the cost of the respective sources of capital. But also what I pick also is that what is the investment bringing on board? There are synergetic kind of advantages that are coming on board as a result of bringing that financing on board, from a governance perspective, from a market exposure perspective, from a benchmarking perspective. What other benefits is this kind of financing, whether debt or equity, is bringing on board? And then, of course, what I also heard, especially from Fiona, was how open are the existing shareholders to issue, say, dilution and control. And of course, those would also be very pertinent in making that choice. So, I mean, having chosen, then what are those key considerations? Maybe we could start with Kenneth. What are the key considerations that that then an enterprise should make in identifying an equity and debt partner? Because there's a broad array of them that you could access, but I mean, what are those key considerations when you're identifying one that is fit for purpose for you as an?
Yeah, that's an interesting one, because it's in a way it's finding who is a match, who is a fit, based on some of the things that Fiona has just advised us on. But really, you're looking first at one, are they right for you in terms of, like I keep saying, your stage or where you are as a business? Two, if you're going to be looking for value add from them, do they provide the right type of value add? Do you need support with business development and finding new markets? Or do you need support with cleaning up your corporate governance? Or do you need no support and you just want cash? Three, does their strategy and the type of people they invest in align with who you are? For example, if I'm an agriculture business and I know there is an impact fund that focuses on agriculture, they'll be my target as opposed to going to a fintech that maybe invests in technologies companies in the financial services space. So are you a match for them? So these are some of the factors you'd look at when you're reaching out to them. What type of terms do they offer? Some investors may offer standard terms and they come to you and say, I'm giving you $1 million at a valuation of 10 million for your business. So it means for 1 million, I'll take 10%. Others may say, I'm giving you $1 million. It's grace period for 2 years, and then you start paying it for the next 5 years. So you're looking at all these factors and going through a long list of the different financing providers out there and seeing which financier matches the characteristics of what you're after in terms of the geography they focus, the sector they focus, the stage they focus at, the amount they give, the terms they offer, the additional support beyond money that they offer. So you weigh all these on a scale, you score the providers of financing, and then you create a list that you then reach out to get this financing. So those are some of the considerations.
Thank you, Ken. Fiona, you want to make a supplement to that?
Yeah, sure. I just want to add to particularly, when we're talking about investors, so it doesn't help, and this sort of is a spin-off one of Kenneth's points there, that you need to know where they're strong. So when you look at their track record, where do they typically like to invest, and how have they performed there? What are those people saying about them? But also, it really works in your favor if, as a fintech, you go to a venture capital fund, people that completely understand you and where you are, in the sense that this hasn't been done before as a fintech, the product you're rolling out. So not many people will have a lot of faith in what you're telling them is going to be the next big Uber or the next big, I don't know, what's the next fintech, Rocket Health in Uganda. So it helps to go to people that completely understand startups, the risk involved, what you need already as a business without overly explaining. So it doesn't help to go to somebody that is typically interested in hospitals, in healthcare, in education. It's a very different mindset. They've sort of done their research in those spaces, in those sectors, and are therefore best suited to businesses in those sectors as well, for clear reasons aligned to their strategy. So yeah, I guess that's the point I wanted to make, that you're better off also studying the person that's coming on board, and understanding generally how do they work, and do they understand your business anyway? Because if they do, the easier it is for you to close this deal, this capital investment. If they don't, the more ground for disagreement, uncertainty, mistrust. So it's important to sort of know the person that's coming on board. The same way they've sort of looked at you, if they approached you, for instance, you as a business, they've also studied you, and they've sort of seen where you could go, and therefore where they could earn quite well if they rode with you, if they got on your bus. But the other way around is also you need to look at where that money is coming from, and effectively ensure that you've understood their mode of operating. I was going to say modus operandi, which is a very strange legal word. Thanks.
Thanks, Fiona. You've said it nonetheless. So maybe lastly, as we conclude, I see our time has run out. The very last question that I want I want you to respond to, because you see it takes both the private and the public sector to make equity and debt or cash available, especially during the time that you're living in. I mean, what, from a government perspective, what are those funding schemes that are available for fast-growing enterprises? There could be small enterprises or medium-sized enterprises, and say across the board in East Africa that are available for such enterprises to tap into, and how can then such an enterprise best position itself to tap into that available stream of funding from government, if such exists. So Fiona, you want to go first?
Yeah, I that's a very interesting question, and quite frankly, what comes to mind is really Emyoga. I don't know how many of us in this room are aware of or have heard of, but in terms of, what's out there that people could sort of tap into, of course, we've heard about the fact that, government is looking or is trying to recapitalize the UDB, Uganda Development Bank, which would then also in turn give access to finance to SACCOs or to smaller, to SMEs that qualify to basically kickstart their operations and sort of stir up demand in the market and get things moving. Away from that, I'm not quite sure. I think there's also another project initiative that's parish-based. I forget the name off the top of my head.
Parish model?
Yes, thank you. Parish development model, yes. Which is also really about government putting money in the public, but at the parish level, to just kickstart, help people have money to spend, and therefore businesses start to pick up. Other than that, I think it's largely a private sector-led initiative that you sort of need to, I don't know, it's what's that slogan of every man for himself, God for us all, sort of. Yeah, that you just need to really sort of rewrite your story, go back to the drawing board and see how it's going to work now that we're in the times that we're in. And you're not alone, obviously, so it doesn't help sort of be in that corner thinking you've been hit hard alone. Everyone is trying to figure out and sort of be creative. No, I'm not aware of many public initiatives at the moment.
Thank you. Ken, you want to speak to that? I mean, from an East African perspective, but also how would enterprises position themselves to tap into that? And what's the cost of that anyway?
So I think, and over the last maybe 12 to 18 months, there's been funding going around for COVID relief type funding. If I start from a global, bring down to Africa, bring down to Uganda, because we at Tortoise Africa Capital, we did a COVID-19 business relief survey to understand how much runway do businesses have, where are they looking for capital from, how can we help them find that capital? And we found that a lot of the investors and financiers out there, first of all, were prioritizing the companies they've invested money in to date and looking to give them COVID relief funding. So it means, that's why I say it's important to strengthen these relationships you have with your existing financiers. But it means as well that there's a number of COVID relief funds that have been put out there that are going to give you funding. And I think at some stage I had a database of, there must have been 100 plus people around the world that were giving COVID relief funding. If you look on the internet, you'll find them. Bringing it closer then to home, we've been doing some work with the MasterCard Foundation. They have a Young Africa Works program that is working through certain lead partners to provide this type of funding. It's not just funding, but it's also technical assistance to help your business grow. We were fortunate to work on that program with an organization called, for example, the Innovation Village. However, there's other organizations that are partners in that program. For example, Equity Bank, for example, NSSF, for example, Goal, and these partners, they all have a certain funding program attached to the programs they run. For example, Equity Bank is now giving funding to youth under that program, but I do know the banks as well as a collective, some of them participated in government schemes like, say, the Agricultural Credit Facility. I don't know if that is still running. But NSSF, for example, has their High Innovator program, but then again, they've been giving money at the very early stage and the amounts are small, where they're giving money to early stage businesses that are going to be creating a lot of jobs. And of course, Fiona has touched on the recapitalization of Uganda Development Bank. Uganda Development Bank recently put out a call for businesses to apply for funding if you're in certain priority sectors, agriculture, tourism being some of them, with a view on local production and output and industrialization. Then besides Uganda Development Bank, there are then the usual sources we have of funding in our market. Now, people, as a business, you're going to have to go out there and just aggressively search. Again, I'll just share so you can see quickly. I've mentioned some of these grant funding options, but you then need to be looking very quickly at maybe angel investor funding options. So these are some that are out there as well. We have a local angel investment network in Uganda, which I am part of, and we show businesses to local angel investors, but there's others across Africa that you can target. And they look at companies across Africa, not just in individual countries. Then, of course, if you're then more mature along the way, you have to go to private sources of capital. And I noticed in the room, we have the East Africa Venture Capital Association, and some of its members are here. But within that association, there's maybe 30 plus private equity or venture capital investors that can give you capital. But there's certainly other similar types of investors. There's certainly more investors in what I'd call the private equity space. These invest in more growth type businesses. And again, you can reach out to these organizations. For example, I know organizations like Development Finance Corporation recently put out a call for mature large businesses in Africa looking for capital. CDC has recently done the same. FCA Investments recently invested in a business at the seed stage in Uganda. I believe it was in Sibuko. So if you look, these sources are out there, but you just have to be aggressive in your search and make sure you match and fit with their criteria. So those are some of the sources of capital one could look at. Some are grants, COVID relief type funding, non-dilutive, but others are more private capital that will need a return. So you choose wisely and find the one that is a match for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Thanks, Fiona. I'm mindful that we have overshot our time, but just one very last one. Are there any opportunities within the tax regime, especially in Uganda, where we are right now, in as far as supporting the internally generated capital of enterprises and in as far as support float? What is your experience in that space from a tax regime perspective?
So I know as a country, there's been reforms to encourage private capital, both local and foreign, from investors to come into the country through incentives such as tax holidays for periods in time. So that is one of the incentives I know about. I do know as well that there's been a reduction on the withholding tax. For example, when you invest in long-dated treasury bonds, so maybe that encourages people to lend to government that in turn maybe invest in the economy. But really, I think there's certain reforms happening that are being considered, and I know others have been in consultation on them, that are looking to change and make Uganda more attractive as a destination for capital, especially private equity and venture capital type investors. So we are waiting on those reforms, but the only tax benefits or favorable treatment I can think about is maybe the tax holidays that you get when you're a local or foreign investor deploying capital at thresholds, I believe, of 2 million and 10 million for investors. That's the incentive that I know of. But there's also the usual allowance on capital expenditure in terms of depreciation, which brings down the tax you pay as a business. That makes it attractive. And then allowance for interest costs as being tax deductible. So it means when you fund your business with debt, the costs of interest can be reduced from your revenue to give you a lower amount of taxable income. Of course, that is capped to a certain amount by URA, but I'm struggling to think of any other incentives. So maybe it's long overdue that we do a review to see how to make Uganda more attractive to private equity and venture capital investors and have more of them domiciled in our country.
You're muted.
Thanks, Fiona. Your quick submission on that, perhaps, before we hand over the meeting to the host.
Yeah, from where I sit, I find that, of course, the taxman has gotten more and more aggressive. Tax holidays, tax incentives are sort of slim. But having said that, I think, like Kenneth mentioned, there is a discussion around an incentive in the PEVC space. I think something along the lines of, you know, if the fund, if the investment, if money put into a target company here in Uganda is, you know, sort of makes all this profit, and 50% of that profit is reinvested into the country. There's like some either holiday exemption or reduced tax that would basically apply to that 50%, to that reinvested amount, or it would be sort of free, not taxed. There's a lot of back and forth on that issue, and whether or not 50 is too high, is too big to lose, is enough to keep the VCPE firms interested in this market. But that's yet to be farmed up, and we'll see how it pans out.
Thank you. Fiona, and back to the hosts. What I pick from this discussion is that I think enterprises and their sponsors need to be quite open-minded around the different opportunities available within the economy for accessing capital, but also there's a lot of knowledge that is available. So I think enterprises and management need to look out for this. Advisors are available, Ken, Fiona, myself, and a host of others in the market. So it's important to make decisions on financing when you have full knowledge and on the impacts and on what it actually means to access this type of funding. But also very evident is that there's still a lot of available untapped capital, both debt and equity. And I think it's just about being ready to tap into this. So with that, I would like to thank the panelists for their wonderful submissions and to hand the meeting back to the host. Thank you very much for having us. And I hope our session was insightful.
Well, before the session ends, we have one or two questions from the audience. The first question is from Walter Bwire.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Fiona, Kenneth, and Yosia. I just have one question. You've majorly focused on the sell side, but I wanted you to help our audience understand from the buyer's perspective. Once goals have been set and the target has been identified, how then do you fund those transactions? Because you'll find that an entrepreneur may identify the target, but is short of funds, or probably I have the funds available, but I don't want to use my cash. I simply want to understand what are those funding options that are open on the buyer side that can be tapped on purposely to conclude the transaction where a target has been identified. Thank you.
Kenneth, you want to take that up?
Sure. I'm assuming this is in the context of an M&A deal, or you're trying to buy a target business. And similar to what you do when you're a business that is looking for funding, if you're a business that is going to do an M&A and is going to acquire, you're going to have a mix of funding sources that come into the capital structure to buy that business. They'll involve you, first of all, finding some of your own money internally. Then they'll involve there'll be specialist buyout funders out there. It may be a PE firm that is a specialist and they do buyouts. It will be finding money from them, and that money will come in the form of either it is some bridge or mezzanine debt, plus maybe own equity they're adding to the deal, and then you'd supplement itself with bank debt. The reality is our markets in Uganda are a bit shallow when it comes to that type of funding, and you don't see too many of those deals happening. But those would be your sources. I flashed up some of the private equity firms and funds that I know are operational in Uganda, and those could be your sources for such deals, so that they can come with you to be able to do a buyout. So that's how you arrange that funding. If you have big networks and you can tap into individuals, then you can tap on them to bring money into a deal. But again, our markets in Uganda, maybe not so much even across Africa, are not yet to that level of sophistication that we see this happening often. But that is in theory how you get the funding you needed to go and do that acquisition.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe a quick supplement to that. I mean, capital fund strategy, and even from a buy side perspective, the buyer is looking at expansion, possibly geographical or market share within the same geography. And I mean, financing would be available. I mean, and you can look at it from the same perspective as a seller looking at either getting an investor on board. I mean, there's a strategic reason that is pushing for that. And if it's justifiable, then all the available sources of debt or equity could still be tapped into for the buyer to actually make this strategic move. So that would be my supplement.
I just quickly want to, oh my gosh, sorry, I forgot that we're out of time completely.
No, it's okay, just 30 seconds.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the source of that money, when you found your target and you want to buy, indeed, marrying both Yosia and Kenneth's submissions, there's a couple of sources indeed. So there's the private equity. In practice, we've seen a lot of the time that someone looking to put money will indeed rally a couple of private equity funds, 2 or 3 or 4, to put money into this project company that will then, or to put money into themselves, and then they invest. Historically, that's been the trend. You know, private equity investors are literally rallied to they're told, like, look, this is really good here in the telco. It's a really good opportunity. It's booming in Uganda, and then a couple of them will put their money in this, and it spreads the risk, I guess. But away from that is also the development finance institutions. If you're buying into a business that is really going to positively impact the community, you know, if you're investing into a business that if a certain DFI, development finance institution, also invested in. It's good for their profile that they're actually adding to, I don't know, it could be education, it could be healthcare, it could be, I don't know, disease prevention. You're a pharmaceutical company, for instance, and you've chosen to buy a pharmaceutical company. So when you look at it, actually, the supply of these drugs, the increased penetration of access to these kind of drugs would appeal to certain development finance institutions. They would be happy to finance that. But what we've seen also increasingly is these PE firms or these development financial institutions sort of coming directly to invest as opposed to going through people like you, the buyer, right? They're now overstepping you because they can now see low risk, the atmosphere, the investment atmosphere in Uganda is becoming more and more stable. Other people are talking about good returns. So yeah, we're seeing a trend with these firms coming to set up in Uganda, which is very positive. And yeah, it would be nice for policymakers, the taxman, to sort of take a cue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we'll have just 2 more questions. If the panelists could answer them, give them about a minute each, it will help us make up some time. The first question comes all the way from Gulu City, from Henry Kilama Komakech. He says, I'm discussing with businesses in Gulu on how to use their circles to raise capital, and in this case, cheap capital. Indians and Somalis have been doing it a lot. What are the benefits and disadvantages? Just 1 minute each, for each question, sorry. So which panelist would like to take that one?
I think that was one question.
I'd already provided some responses in the chat, but yeah, I guess the benefits is this capital is available, it can already be mobilized. The challenge, I think, is always just educating the circles so they understand the risks with lending money. Because circles are already lending money to members in their groups, lending money outside the group, someone external. That's where the challenge is going to be. But I think it's certainly a good idea, good innovation. We have to learn to just mobilize this collective capital and apply it to businesses. And that is the next phase. So yeah, so I think it's a brilliant idea, Henry Komakech.
Oh, that's so true. Then we had one question from Alex. You still want to ask your question?
Thank you. Sorry, I thought questions were coming from the audience. My question was to Fiona. I think that from experience, and I just really need her to share her experience, to what extent do you go as a lawyer in influencing the client's decision to choose debt or equity? And how do you manage the guilt that comes from their misuse of the funds? For example, we've seen clients that have been advised, maybe not even taken the advice of the lawyer. They end up taking maybe debt or equity, whichever they choose. And as a result, they either use or misuse it. And so to what extent do you go in that involvement, or do you just focus on the legal documents and that's it? Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. So advising client on whether to go debt or equity. So from experience, and largely my experience has sort of been advising the private equity investor, the venture capital investor. So it's I've mostly been on the side of the person that's actually got the money and sort of putting it in. And effectively what we would typically be telling that person that's putting in money is to obviously do their homework and make sure that the person receiving the funds is worth it. Their strategies are aligned and that they will they'll fit the mold together. Relationship. But on the other side, when we have, not very often, but in the instances where we've acted for the target company, i.e. the money is coming to you, we're largely guided by their concerns. So many times they will have concerns that really, if you really ventilate, if you break it down, and sort of make them see the bigger picture, they will accede to the proposal on the table. A lot of the time, the person receiving the money is actually approached. Why? I think because maybe the private equity firm, the venture capital firms, the social impact investors that are a lot more alert or more aggressive in terms of looking for the opportunities. Perhaps our market itself as SMEs, we haven't really trusted or looked into this option much, and therefore we're not as aggressive in also understanding who are the big lenders, who are the big people that bring money, and what sort of sectors are they looking into. But to the extent that we've actually advised the target, we really have to go with sort of demystifying the whole concept of who is this person, how do I trust them, that they really have my best interests at heart. And it's really about, look, if they're putting skin in the game, you're falling together, right? Some of them are really historically family businesses. Like, you're bringing a completely foreign person to start making decisions about where they should go. It's a lot of fear because they're losing control. And then where they've sort of gone off and done their own thing and gotten into trouble, one particular one that's still in court today, no guilt. As a lawyer, your advice is on record. You certainly shouldn't, consider A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You've laid out the considerations for them. As much as possible, you've explained pros and cons. Based on the concerns you've said, actually, that's not very valid, not a very legitimate concern. You're certainly going to, because you're not being paid by the investor to coerce or convince your client to take on the money. You're just genuinely advising your client that it's a good opportunity, but what are your concerns? And then you're breaking them down for them. And if it doesn't work for them, it doesn't, it's okay. But to the extent that they take it on and then they get cold feet and then they start to fight and fall out, it's a real pity. But you still stand by your client and best way you can navigate the paperwork to see how they exit. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Maybe if I could also just help Fiona on that one, just a small supplement. I mean, a client having advisors, whether from a buy side or debt side perspective, doesn't take away their responsibility to run the business. So the advisor will do their part, but the sole responsibility to optimize the capital that has been either received or injected lies in the hands of management. So I think to help Fiona, I mean, ours as advisors, whether legal or financial, really is advisory kind of support. But the actual decisions are taken by management, and I think they need to take the beating for that if they make the wrong decision. That's harsh.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the panelists for all the information they've made available for this session. And now we have seen the money, it's just about going out to look for it. Thank you. Okay, so as we jump to the next session, we're slightly behind, but I think we'll get there. Allow me to invite Doris Acheng from IAVCA.
Yeah, so my name is Doris Acheng. I'm the coordinator of the Uganda chapter of the East African Private Equity and Venture Capital Association. This morning, our members will be speaking to two key areas. The first is on M&A trends in Africa post-COVID and emerging access to finance opportunities for promising and high-growth enterprises. And the second is on how African entrepreneurs can capitalize on the broad growth opportunities in the continent and position themselves for private equity. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so I'll As I was saying, my name is Doris Acheng. I'm the coordinator of the Uganda chapter of the East Africa Private Equity and Venture Capital Association. So this morning, our members will be speaking to two key areas. The first is on M&A trends in Africa post-COVID and emerging access to finance opportunities for promising and high-growth enterprises. And the second is on how African entrepreneurs can capitalize on the broad growth opportunities in the continent and position themselves for private equity and venture capital financing. So today we have a lineup of 4 fund managers running Central and East African focused funds and offering growth and early stage financing. So to start us off today is Richard Mugera. Richard is an associate partner at Ascent Capital, a regional fund manager investing in enterprises in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Uganda. So Richard, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks for the option. Once again, thank you, Doris, for that introduction. It's good to see the participants here, those that I can see. Vincent, you gave us a very good explanation on what mergers and acquisitions are. And the whole night I kept dreaming about you and Professor Alvaro's presentations. That was really excellent. And for Alex, who's not here, that, you know, those were really good inputs. And if we have people like you, you make the whole industry actually work in an easier way. And today, obviously, the moderation by Kenneth and the input from you, Faith, you know, those are such wonderful, wonderful inputs. Not to forget to thank Yosia, who I think managed the previous session. I want to thank the organizers for making this happen. I think it's a good place for us to engage service providers, would-be entrepreneurs who are looking for alternative capital. We've seen what, you know, and we understand now what mergers, acquisitions are. We understand how they access capital. And now, hopefully, me and my colleagues will talk about some of the things that are happening in the industry, Africa at large, hopefully Uganda as well, and then hopefully attract a few more entrepreneurs to work with us, with the professionals that come with them in terms of advice. So, to guide my keynote speech, I have a couple of questions in there. I don't know if these questions are going to be asked or I can propose them, but I have a couple of research notes from our IFCA office, compliments of Doris and a few others that I would like to share with all the listeners today. How private equity and strategic acquirers are competing for deal flow in Africa. Probably what we can say is several trends have positioned African enterprises as high quality and high return targets for strategic acquirers and private equity, including venture capitalists. Vibrant and growing African economies with significant market opportunities for enterprises, a growing middle class, expanding incomes, as you have noticed in some parts of Uganda. We've had now, the last question came from Gulu, where someone is asking about how they can tap into capital. So those are growing markets and growing areas that are new outside of urban cities. So we see that there's a growing middle class, expanding incomes, rapid urbanization, and a large and predominantly young population have generated considerable consumer demand for goods and services and created robust market opportunities. So the continent's expanding consumer base has positioned Africa as the next frontier of growth and investment. And African enterprises has attractive M&A prospects for both local, international strategic acquirers and private equity. In addition, the transformation of rural communities, where the vast majority of Africans live, into vibrant economic hubs has further generated great market opportunities for enterprises offering last mile services. If you, for example, look at the foam industry, we know that foam industries were predominantly brick and mortar in industrial hubs in the cities, but not anymore. We've seen now Chinese manufacturers packing a container, driving and packing it in Liantonde, opening it up and making mattresses in Liantonde, and then leaving those mattresses with the sellers, and then on their way back, returning to pick cash. I think that transforms how we approach the markets today. And if you do not have the capital to learn and to change from what you've built as a brick and mortar industry, you're going to get left behind. Basically, you're going to lose market share, okay? So those are the things that we're looking at, and that's what entrepreneurs are looking at to understand how to move. So there's a decentralized renewable energy as a notable example, and the foam industry, as I've mentioned. If you look at the dairy industry as well, it's changed quite a bit. The drive by West and Asian tigers towards strengthening trade ties with the continent also implies that now more than ever, Africa has greater access to lucrative global markets. At a macro level, a move towards continental and regional integration, China's continued interest in the continent, the EU's commitment to strengthening economic ties with the continent, and we see this also through some of the funds that that are playing in the market. Most of the funds that we manage are funded by the EU, and the common ones are known, the FMO, no funds, and so on and so forth. So you see that they're all trying to get, a stake in what's happening in terms of growth. So strengthening economic ties with the continent and the plethora of trade agreements pursued by the post-Brexit UK in Africa all signal further opportunities for African enterprises riding on increased access to foreign markets through trade. More recently, the African Continental Free Trade, which is AfCFTA, launch points to greater access by African domiciled enterprises to a 1.3 billion large continent-wide market. AfCFTA, when operational, will be the largest free trade area in the world if measured by participating countries. I challenge you to find a bigger block. Okay. As of September 2021, 39 countries have ratified the agreement. The agreement intends to enhance intra-African trade by eliminating tariff and no tariff barriers. Other economic drivers enhancing attractiveness of investment include comparably low production costs. We mentioned, the factories now that have moved out of the brick and mortar settings and getting closer to the market, and significant global comparative advantages in natural resource quality. Also, an anticipated post-COVID-19 rebound in economic growth, while COVID-19 induced shocks have dampened short and medium-term growth trajectories for African enterprises, given negative impacts on revenues, costs, and profitability. This is likely to be temporary, with rebound expected in the medium to long term. We've seen some sectors have already actually rebounded. and they're posting, as of numbers posted in June 2021, we see that some industries have really grown, especially in the tech area. This is a commodity prices improve from pandemic slumps and consumer spending recovers. Overall, Africa's large and rapidly expanding consumer base and growing access to international markets provides vast opportunities for enterprise setup and growth to serve both domestic and international markets. For strategic aquifers and PE investors, the continent's fundamentals are attractive and point to potential returns on investment and M&A deals. This is against a backdrop of emergence of a crop of profitable and high potential enterprises in multiple sectors. For these enterprises, the continent's prospects provide significant opportunities for running profitable business models, and as such, attracting investment capital from both strategic acquirers and PE investors. So, how does acquisitive performance of PEs compare with that of strategic acquirers during the past 21 months of the pandemic? You'll ask. Are there particular industries, sectors where either has outperformed the other? These are the questions that we're asking ourselves today. And what we see is that enterprises that will attract interest from strategic acquirers and PE investors will be those operating in developed and high growth sectors, as well as nascent by high potential sectors. Post-COVID-19, the most lucrative sectors for strategic acquirers and PE will be those that have shown great resilience, as well as accelerated growth during the pandemic. I think Faith already said, how do you position yourself to this? You have to be ready. You have to have your numbers ready. You have to have your business plans that actually show that you are aware of what's happening around you in terms of the pandemic, changes in doing business. Those are the kind of businesses that will attract investors. And yes, business is living and it changes. Faith pointed out that there's going to be some friction towards the equity investors and the founders. If you don't change, time will change you. You have to change with the time. So even when you draw these good plans and business plans, you need to kind of continue to look at what's happening around you and change with it. If you do not change, others will change and take that, worm away from you. Some of the businesses that we've seen include technology, media and telecommunications, healthcare, FMCG goods. We've invested in some of these ourselves, and we think that we couldn't have made better decisions. These sectors now account for the largest share of recent mergers and acquisitions activity in the continent. The technology, media, and telecommunications sector will be most attractive for acquirers, signaled by an 800% increase in sector deal volumes in the first half of 2021. I'm sure you've noticed. Interest in the sector in the wake of the pandemic is due to the emergence of first-generation African techpreneurs leveraging on digitalization, the rise of the digital urban consumer, and the uptake of digital platforms and innovative business models to pursue accelerated growth. This is coupled with Africa's position as the world's fastest smartphone and mobile payments market. And we've heard recently in the market of what's happening with MTN. You've also had, just before them, Africell. If you don't change, others will change and take your cake. You will ask, why is MTN growing stronger, going to IPO? and being able to pick up more capital. They change with times. They grow. They keep researching. They understand where the next customer will come from. Those that don't change seem to keep only that they have for the moment. We saw the case study with Airtel or Celtel BV, and now we've seen the case study with Africell, and recently MTN launching into the market. They're able to do this because they've managed to change and grown with the generation and what's happening around them. Already, strategic acquirers and private equity investors are showing great interest in investing in enterprises within the tech space. While strategic acquirers have traditionally sought out targets in the industries in which they operate in for vertical and horizontal supply chain synergies, it is now more common to see non-tech acquirers investing in technological companies. PE investors are also diversifying away from traditional sectors, such as energy and infrastructure for the big ones, and considering the acquisition of hot targets in sectors such as tech. Tech opportunities in financial, health, agriculture, and energy-related services will drive growth in the continent's mergers and acquisitions activity. For enterprises playing in these sectors and possessing viable and high-potential business models, significant opportunities exist for fundraising, as acquirers, both strategic and financial, abandon the wait-and-see approach adopted during the onset of the pandemic and show greater willingness to deploy capital. They need to find you ready. Already, the continent's mergers and acquisition performance in the first half of 2021 is promising and likely to outpace that of 2020, signaling significant fundraising opportunities for African enterprises. And I'm sure when you read the business pages, this is the kind of activity that we see, especially in South Africa, West Africa, and now more recently into East Africa. Okay. Analysts project a full recovery within 18 to 24 months and restoration of Africa's 2019 total market and acquisition market value within 3 to 5 years. So if you haven't changed your business plan, if you're working on a 2019-2020 business plan that takes you through 2025, and you haven't revisited it to tweak it or to understand what's happening around you, my friend, you're not on the list of those that are being sought for. So you need to go back in and ask yourself, does our strategy work for the new periods that we've seen post the pandemic? Okay. You will ask, how different or similar are the investment and return objectives of PEs, financial investors, versus strategic and trade acquirers? For enterprises looking to raise capital through mergers and acquisitions, the supply of capital from strategic acquirers and private equity investors is significant and growing. Recently, I can attest to that. We've managed to raise $101 million for the 3 countries in which we operate. That means during the pandemic, we were fundraising. And that capital is available for these 3 countries, or 4 countries for that matter. So we've seen that there's deliberate interest in the region for those that are prepared to take on business after the pandemic. So this is a more African-led acquirers and African-focused private equity firms come to market. To illustrate the volume of private capital supply available to African enterprises. Supply of capital from PE. The continent is host to over 400 private equities. And I think I saw a slide that was shared in the previous presentation, I think by Kenneth, where to look for these private equity funds and venture capitalists. So there's over 400 private equities, venture capital and asset management firms, and has another 200 firms from outside the continent looking to invest in African portfolio companies. These predominantly pursue a generalist investment strategy and are thus open to investing in high potential or high growth enterprises across sectors. While there has been significant interest in West Africa, most PE funds are focused on East and South Africa. If you are running a medium enterprise and a blue coat has not approached you for capital, then you need to revisit your business plan or your market approach, because these guys are researching every day to find those companies that are ready to take capital and see the future for growth. Okay. Supply of capital from strategic acquirers. Multinationals continue to dominate market and mergers and acquisition activity in the continent, using M&A as a strategy for accessing the lucrative and high potential African consumer base, or otherwise to benefit from the continent's production comparative or competitive advantages. The emergence of African acquirers also implies an additional and diversified pool of investment capital to African enterprises. However, enterprises must be aware of the investment and return objectives of strategic acquirers and PE investors to determine what form of investment best suits their needs. I think Kenneth mentioned very well what stages you have to be to tap into this capital. Excuse me. Strategic acquirers pursue a buy and hold strategy. And in Africa, will typically invest in the mid-cap, which is $50 to $250 million range. The objective is to identify a high-value prospect, integrate the target's business into its own, realize synergies, and operate the business efficiently and profitably for an indefinite period. Okay? Remember, previous speaker said that sometimes there's going to be conflicts between the equity providers and the founders who get derailed from the vision of the founder. The vision of the founder has to be aligned with his partners. And if it's aligned, then they both go to market and look for growth. If there's no growth there, your partner who came in with an equity stake is not looking to lose value. If you, for example, are making sandals and the market is not taking sandals, but sandals was your vision, the market is now taking knee pads. You need to realize that you need to change from sandals to knee pads to grow and create value for the business. And once you're not aligned in growth for scale, and your equity investors will not stay with you. So it's important that you continuously look for alignment and be challenged to accept where the market leads you. Okay. The upside is that strategic acquirers have a long-term view to creating value and are willing to pursue strategies that may not have a short or medium-term return on investment, but that have the potential to generate significant returns in the long term. African enterprises best suited for investment by a strategic acquirer will be those seeking capital greater than $50 million. African acquirers are, however, showing greater willingness to take on deals that are as low as $30 million. Private equity investor will typically pursue a buy, improve, and sell strategy, investing in the small cap, 50 million or more range in early or growth stage African enterprises. The big payoff for private equity is therefore the investment earnings on exit of an investment. The upside with private equity, unlike strategic acquisitions, is the retention of management control by enterprise owners, given that private equity in Africa will typically pursue minority stakes. With minority stakes, anywhere from a board level, which is 20%, to 49%, which is under majority. Private equity investment also provides company owners with the option of buying back acquired stake on exit. For family-owned businesses, this may be a particularly appealing aspect of private equity investment. As we know, many founders and entrepreneurs would prefer to scale the business with an equity provider, but hopefully want to see that exit coming back to them. So when they sell, this is the private equity investor, usually the founder will ask for the shares back if they can meet the cost of those grown shares. African enterprises best suited for private equity investment will be those that are seeking capital with a ticket size range of $1 million and $5 million, and with proven track records and dominance over local or regional markets. There is also a growing number of private equity funds catering to capital requirements that are as low as $100,000. I think on that list I saw some funds that are looking to investments under $500,000, 100,000. And I see George was here in the room. I think he works with one of those that will be looking for investments that are not greater than $500,000. Particularly those operating in the impact investment space will be looking for those kinds of ticket sizes that in the PE industry we call small. But when you look at the market in which we're playing in, it's still big money. $100,000 is almost 400 million shillings. A trading cycle in an average Ugandan business is usually not more than 1 billion shillings. So those form small to medium size kind of ticket sizes. You will find that an entrepreneur will be looking to fund their immediate business cycle. If, for example, they're importing from China, it takes 3 months to 4 months for the orders to come in and then sell and give 90 days. That's what we're calling a business cycle. And this usually is not more than 1 billion shillings. So they're looking for short to medium size kind of tickets to fund their capital needs. So you will find that many of those impact funds are busier than the small to medium kind of enterprise funds that have ticket sizes of $5 million upwards. This will be flexible in investing in smaller but fast-growing companies with potential for accelerated growth when infused with additional capital and provided with support in improving management quality. Sometimes you just don't have the money to pay for that good CFO that you need, and then you seek capital so that you can hire the kinds of resources that you need to take your business to the next level. So enterprises seeking capital in the range of $30 million to $50 million are in the sweet spot, with these able to obtain investment from both strategic acquirers and private equity. These are uniquely placed, represent the competitive playground by both for deal flow, and will be most likely to attract greatest valuations given their positioning. And so we ask, what is the current outlook for private equity investment in Africa? How can small to medium-sized businesses best position themselves for private equity investment? Again, we had Kenneth talk a little bit about it, Pet talked a little bit about it, and many after me will talk about it. How can small to medium-sized businesses best position themselves for private equity investment? In terms of the current outlook for private equity investments in Africa, prospects point to significant growth in mergers and acquisition deals over the coming years, ahead of the continent's GDP recovery. As new regional focused funds come to market or reach final closing, like Ascent Capital, we're not yet to final closing, qualifying enterprises should expect greater choice and access to private equity investment. In the short term to medium term, the supply of financing is likely to outpace demand, particularly in ticket sizes of $1 to $5 million. This implies enterprises open to acquisition are likely to benefit from high valuations. Businesses that will attract private equity investment are those that are considered investment ready. And I believe investment ready was well talked about by both Faith and Kenneth. That is actually the end of my speech. If there are any questions, if they're not. That concludes my speech for today, for the 2021 M&A conference. Thank you.
Thank you for being concise. Well, I was actually coming to say I had a few more minutes, but you nailed it properly. So now we are going to have a mini break for about 16 minutes. We should be back at 11 for the second session, or at least by 11. So for the members who are here, let's have a coffee break. The coffee is ready. For our guests online, we have a few minutes to grab a cup of coffee and or tea. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, for your keynote address. It's really been good. I just have one question of insight, most especially looking at how entrepreneurs in Uganda or maybe East Africa are failing to attract the ticket size that private equity firms. It's okay. So we need our entrepreneurs here to be in a position to attract high ticket size deals. Because as you know, in Uganda, West Africa, we do not have SME funds that, could be, so supportive. And so the private equity firms are failing to find the right targets in this market. You talked about revisiting our strategic plans if we haven't done so. But you may also find that some of these SMEs may lack good strategic plans that are convincing for private equity firms to consider. So I just wanted to quickly take us through how can these SMEs, position themselves to attract the PE firms for investment. How best can they reposition themselves? How can they jump to the ticket size that the PE firms are looking for, so that the PE firms also do not, fail to have business within the region? Oftentimes I've received quite a number of deal originations, but you find our market is very, very small. So just advise how best can we navigate and jump into the target of the PE firms. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the compliment. Yes, I think we're going to be looking at exactly this in the next section. You're going to have fund managers who are going to labor to explain what we prefer to see when we look at enterprises looking for alternative capital. But the best way, in my opinion, is when you're out there growing your business, think about all the levels of growth. You should know that with the capital that you've managed to put together, as in the first section that was shared from Kenneth's presentation. I don't know if we can get that slide. I'm going to see if we... He had the idea stage, and then he had a seed stage, and then early stage, later stage, mezzanine stage, development distress stage. You need to know which stage you're in all the way, and how your business is positioned for each stage. What kind of capital are you working with? We've seen that sometimes you, for example, import 100 tons of X to supply a market of 300 tons. And then you realize that you do not have any more friends, fools, and family to give you cash to reach your supply levels. And you need to think, where do I get my next buck? And Kenneth put it there as well, where you have angel investors, incubators, government institutions. How much are they putting in, but what do they want in return? And do your margins support paying them back if they're an institution or if they're a bank? Sometimes you're working with 8% margins and you're borrowing at 12% interest to supply goods that you'll get in that will not be able to pay off the interest that you need to be paying if you're paying debt. And sometimes this is why we preach about private equity, because equity is not debt. If equity sees value in your business, we advise that then you sell a stake of your business so that capital comes in and you meet, hopefully, your growth demands. So you need to be ready to understand which stage of growth that you're in and then how you value your business. Valuation is important, and I wouldn't do bedroom valuations if I were you as a business person. Go and find a professional, seek advice, look at the models that are used by different fund managers so that you can get your rightful value for the business and grow. Okay? But we will see you know, a lot of questions coming in like yours, and how each category of a fund manager would like to find you, because we will have those funds that are looking at under $1 million, then you'll find others that are between 1 and 5, and then some that are 5 and over. Okay, and all those require a business to be at a different stage in terms of human resource, in terms of you know, business planning models, financial models that you're running, in terms of your customers, in terms of your creditors, you know, allowable debt in the business, and so on and so forth. I don't know if that guides you a little bit.
Thank you, Richard. That is good. Please feel free to step out for a cup of coffee or tea as we wait for our next panel to join us at the top of the hour.
Should I start? Yeah, so welcome back from the break. So next we'll be having a panel discussion with the theme, how can African entrepreneurs capitalize on the broad growth opportunities in the continent and position themselves for private equity and venture capital financing? So on the panel, we have Yal Heisty. Yal is co-founder and managing partner of XSML, a fund manager investing in frontier markets in Central and East Africa. We also have Edward Isingoma. Edward is the managing partner of Pearl Capital Partners, Uganda, a specialist agricultural investment firm, managing among others, the Yield Uganda Fund, the first locally domiciled fund in Uganda. And then we also have Roland Donkers on the panel. Roland is the co-founder and managing partner of Iungo Capital, an evergreen fund investing in enterprises that can absorb between $50,000 to $500,000. So I'll let Eva take it over from here. Eva is our panelist for today. So Eva, you're welcome. Panel, you're welcome.
Thank you, Doris. Good morning, everyone who's in attendance. Once again, it's a delight to be here, and I would like to appreciate M&A Summit Africa for allowing EAVCA to be a member of this auspicious event. My name is Eva Warigia. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the East Africa Venture Capital Association, which is the regional umbrella body for all private capital and champions and investors across the region, covering 5 markets, including Uganda, where Doris heads our operations. So Doris has introduced our panelists and given us their names. I won't take too much time myself, but I'll just allow each one of them to give us a brief snapshot of who they are as a fund and what they consider, what's their take of entrepreneurship in Uganda, in East Africa, and in Africa from their fund's perspective. On my screen, Yal is the first, so Yal, you get the chance to go first. Tell us a bit about your fund and what enterprise means for you.
All right, thank you, Eva. So my name is Yal Heisty. I'm the managing partner of XSML Capital. XSML stands for extra small to medium to large. So our philosophy is to invest in smaller and medium-sized businesses to grow them into larger entities to support their growth. We invest in SMEs in East Africa as well as in Central Africa. We have offices here in Uganda, in Kampala, but we also have an office in Kinshasa, in DRC, and hopefully soon this year as well in Angola, in Luanda. So we invest typically a combination of debt and equity, ranging from a few $100,000 up to about $5-6 million. And we do both mature companies, growing companies, as well as selectively sometimes some startups. And we are quite diversified over different sectors, ranging from healthcare, logistics, transport, manufacturing, fast-moving consumer goods, for example, as well as other areas of where business community is active. That's from me. Back to you, Eva.
Eva, can you hear Yal?
Yes, I can.
I think we have a delay with Eva. Maybe Roland or Edward, you could hear me? So you...
Yes, I can hear you well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. then in that case, I'm happy to go next, and then Roland can go next. Yeah, there's a bit of a delay on your end, Eva. Yes, Edward Isingoma, I manage Pearl Capital Partners. We are an agri-focused fund management business. We've been here 17 years. We are well into our 4th fund under management, and we invest in all kinds of structures, PE, quasi-equity, mezzanine, debt, and everything you could think about, depending on the needs. And we look at projects with financing needs of up to $3 million with a minimum target of $300,000. At the moment, we are busy deploying the Yield Uganda Investment Fund into Ugandan agribusinesses and looking to target entrepreneurs or businesses that are able to give us demonstrable potential growth, to give us a reasonable financial return, plus also a social impact return through engagement with smallholder farmers. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Edward and Yal, and apologies for my connection. Roland, you can go next.
Thanks, Eva. Yes, hi, my name is Roland. I'm co-founder of Yungo Capital. Started in 2017 investing in Uganda as the first country of operations. Then in 2019 went to Kenya. Since last year, we're also in here in Rwanda. We are sector agnostic, a little bit as Jarl mentioned. It's similar in the sense that we have similar sectors: manufacturing, agricultural related, value addition businesses, health, logistics, construction, software, you name it. We can target those companies, and as was said in the introduction, we kindly focus on a smaller investment tickets or investment size, as we call it. We start at 50,000 in the first round. We go up to $500,000 in the second round. We can go up to $1 million. And after 2 rounds, we believe that either the business has built enough collateral and can go to a bank, or is seeking more money, and Jarl or Edward would be happy to continue financing that. So that's us.
Thank you so much, Roland, and to the panelists at large. At this point, I just wanted to flag that we will have a Q&A session in about 20 minutes, and yes, at 11:40 or there's about. And Michael Owen, who's in the room, shall help us in moderating the Q&A. So if you are joining us virtually, you're welcome to put your questions in the chat box. And for those in attendance in person within the session hall, Michael will be around to pass along the mic. So going into the panel session, our segment today looks at the entrepreneur. And we're here to look at how can the entrepreneur capitalize on the growth opportunities available. We've heard from our investors on the panel. By large, they are all growth capital providers, and Richard earlier in his keynote set the scene on what a growth capital provider does. Roland playing a bit in the smaller scale, Edward and Yal in the medium space. And Richard told us that there's even bigger companies that do above $40 million. But for the purpose of this session, we're looking at it from the perspective of the entrepreneur. And I know all of us panelists on this session today have interacted with an entrepreneur. I'm not sure if all of you are. In Africa, it's bad manners to not have 2 sources of income. So I believe some of us may be entrepreneurs. But I just wanted to get from your perspective, interacting with the entrepreneur as a potential business partner, what are some of the skills you find that set us apart as African entrepreneurs, and how can we begin to harness this, one, to put in front of investors like yourselves? What are you looking at? And 2, to showcase Africa's opportunities. And if you don't mind, I can start with Roland as we move up the investment chain. You're on mute.
Yeah, unmuting myself, sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure whether from a business point perspective, there's a difference between African or European or American entrepreneurs. It's being entrepreneurial, wanting to make money through business from a risk point of view. So in that sense, two things I could say what we look at is on the one hand, rather than the business plan, we put more faith in the track record. Business plan is a promise, and just like you hire a person, you will believe more what has happened in the past and what they promise to do in the future as a starting point. The second piece, and happy to hear after what Jarl and Edward have to say about this, but I think kind of the list of criteria is pretty similar. You look at the entrepreneur, you look at the market, you look at the track record, but being honest, there's a lot of intangible factors that will influence any investment decision. You can have two investors with 100% the same selection criteria looking at the same business, and at the end only one will say they're interested and the other one won't, because there's a subjective perception that is always at stake also. And unfortunately, that's hard to control for on the end of the entrepreneur.
Correct. So I'm hearing it's a bit subjective, but at the end of the day, you're looking for someone who's willing to take the risk. Is that right?
That is correct, based on I would say, a historic perception of what they have done in the past. Right. And yeah, again, to be honest, the feeling of how it may work out in the future, because there's no certainty, not for the entrepreneur and not for the investor.
All right. And from your perspective, Edward, do you have something significantly different on what kind of entrepreneur you're looking at?
Yeah, yes, I think I must say I agree with Roland. Most PE players or even venture capitalists will be looking for the same type of entrepreneur to guarantee growth, opportunity, and the person. And a lot of our DD does rotate around the promoter, the person. We've over the years seen interesting characteristics of promoters, even in Uganda. I can tell you internally, we've even developed a matrix mix where we plot the promoters' characteristics and expectations. And it's been interesting because we've been able to see promoters who are even running businesses as charity, or even are not interested in the money, or promoters who just want to steal from themselves and things like that. So yes, the promoter is very important, the entrepreneur himself. The opportunity, what is it that we are investing in, and is the growth there? And then, of course, the team around the promoter. Because sometimes you find the promoter has people behind the promoter who are the real decision makers, or who are the people they listen to, who are the people who form their board, who are the people who form their corporate governance structures, who are the sometimes unformalized advisors who really call the bluff. So I think the people around the promoter are also very key, and therefore the team is important. And then, of course, willingness to learn. We all do learn, and learning is continuous. So is the entity, is the SME, is the promoter, is what has been set up willing to accept and be dynamic and learn and grow? As Richard mentioned earlier, and Kenneth, you've got to not just look at, I'll pump in money here and it's just going to get growing by itself at the other extreme end, like what we've had on local radio stations when you hear checks praying for money to multiply. It won't be like that. It's what's the other work that has got to be done, what's the BDS support, what's the technical assistance need, and what's the training, and what's the capacity development. We've got to grow the promoter and the SME together. And I think for me, that's important. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Edward. So both Roland and Edward have focused on the promoter and the track record of the team, and just how well they are embedded or have bought into the vision. And the other thing that Edward brought about is the growth opportunity that the entrepreneur or the promoter is as bringing forth to the investor. And I use this chance now to bring Jarl to the discussion around the growth opportunities. What exactly counts as a growth opportunity that's backable by an investor like yourself?
I think a growth opportunity is something that at least offers you more growth than the country does itself. So you have to surpass GDP growth. That could be by offering a new service or a new product. or selling your existing products and services in a much wider audience, or going to different countries as well. That's another opportunity. And we see that in different sectors across Uganda. There are some, I think, underlying growth themes in Africa in general, and definitely that applies also to Uganda. So we see that in healthcare, where there's a strong underlying growth demand linked to the population, but also to income levels, and also the desire to access better healthcare over time. So that is one, and we've been very active in that sector. It's also a sector that requires quite a bit of capital and has slightly longer payback periods. Another one is manufacturing. And since we've been here, we see that Uganda really has made strides into becoming more of a manufacturing place. I think the focus should be initially on their own market and on the regional market. I don't think Uganda will start replacing China or Asia anytime soon, but I think the regional market is quite large, including South Sudan and Congo, and you can really establish a decent sized manufacturing business here. And we've been supporting and investing in a number of those as well. Another sector where we see still a lot of growth is the fast moving consumer goods, or consumer goods in general. Again, this is tied to a growing population growth, growing desire to consume products and services. So that is where we see opportunities, and where we see that you can get much higher growth than sort of your GDP itself. And I think that is important for us as a capital provider. I think just going back a little bit to what Edward and Roland were saying, I think for me, the difference between a business owner and an entrepreneur is that an entrepreneur actually has a vision. He understands where he wants to go to. He understands his business. He understands his cost structure as well. And he understands he has to execute and build a team around that. Now that, I think, starts to make an entrepreneur. If you go 5 years down the road, you can say, that was actually an entrepreneur. But what we have is a lot of business owners, and they're not structured. They don't have a really clear vision. They don't really understand their margins and their growth opportunities. And there's quite a bit of copy paste. And for a business, that is quite dangerous, I think, if you start copy pasting. And we've seen many examples where, say, somebody opens a successful restaurant, and the next door, a month later, another restaurant opens with the same concept. Now, you as that second owner, have you really thought carefully about what you're doing? And do you really understand the details of that kind of concept? So for me, there's a big difference between a business owner, which can sort of, do well, but an entrepreneur, could have much higher growth if executed well.
Great, and I like the distinction. I think I'll use it going forward, that the entrepreneur is the person who has the vision, understands the business, understands the cost structures, understands the different revenue sources, and is willing to go the mile to achieve the growth models that they envision. And then the business owner is everyone who's not that. So thanks a lot for that distinction, and also for pointing out some of the growth opportunities that you see, at least in Uganda and to some extent in Africa. You've pointed at healthcare, manufacturing, and consumer goods. And I would like to know if Roland or Edward, you have other spaces that you're seeing as growth opportunities. Richard, in his conversation earlier, gave tech. I don't know if that's a place of growth for yourselves as well, but you're welcome, Edward. Or Roland.
Yes, I think Richard was right. ICT and tech is another area, and education as well would be another area that should be exciting, especially after we've had 2 years of EDIA. But also, we are seeing now a few funds coming up to look at tertiary institutions and things, because there has been always funding for the lower primary education levels and not the higher end. So we've now started seeing even PE funds being created for the tertiary institutions and universities and technical colleges and things. But I'm conflicted to say, but I think food is always important. So agriculture is another area that would not go without mention here. Yeah.
And Roland, any other area you think the panelists have not mentioned but would be good for our audience?
Sorry, no, I think basically we're all talking about pretty traditional sectors, manufacturing or agricultural that feeds into manufacturing, construction, logistics, packaging. There's growth potential. It might not be steep, but as an investor, being realistic about what kind of growth can be achieved, there's loads of opportunities in those sectors. I agree with Jarl about health, especially since the past year and a half, that has kind of the potential has definitely increased and is not going to stop immediately. Tech or tech enabled in general is important, is probably going to increase more. I would say from an investment point of view, it's something we look at, but it's not our core focus, because it's probably always, I would say, in these markets, a small percentage from a point of view of numbers of companies, a small percentage of the companies that are really going to do well, while there's such a huge number of companies in the more traditional sectors that may promise somewhat less growth, but still interesting, and that are maybe easier to target and far easier to find and to work with.
Well, thanks for that, Roland. So if you followed the discussion, we've started on defining who the entrepreneur is and the spaces for growth. And our panelists have graciously given details, especially as people who look at enterprise for investment opportunities. At this point, gentlemen, I'd like to look at matching the entrepreneur to the funding that yourselves provide. And while the keynote speaker gave some insights on what they look at, from your perspective, I'm curious to see, one, has the funding model to funding or supporting or partnering with entrepreneurs changed, especially in the last year, and taking cognizance of the fact that we have a few advisors in the room? What should they, as transactions facilitators, bear in mind that we're now looking for as fund managers from entrepreneurs? Edward, Jarl, Roland.
Well, I think we have had the benefit as XSML that we've been operating in Congo DRC for 10 years. And we've had quite a number of different crises there from different nature. And what we have seen is that the really good entrepreneurs are able to weather all those different crises. I'm not saying that they will always grow during that crisis, but they definitely will be able to survive quite well and rebound very quickly. So I think we are closely looking at those companies at the moment that, have you been impacted? Then how has that played out for you? What have you done while the COVID pandemic hit you? And where are you now? And to give an example, in our current portfolio, also in Uganda, we've seen that some entrepreneurs have been very quick to adapt their revenue model, their channels to the market. So you can talk very popular about e-commerce, but for some companies, they were already doing that. But the demand from the population was 2 years ago not so high. But you see now that people have been able to really shift quickly to an online presence, but also have good delivery methods, so to get the products and your services to your customers. We've seen that some have been able to adapt literally in a few days or a week, and others were still figuring out what to do 6 months later. And that is sort of the difference again between one and the other. And so we carefully look at that. What is your flexibility and your adaptability? Because with those entrepreneurs, you will survive and you will eventually even grow, and probably even grow harder, because the ones that do not survive a pandemic or a crisis, that is market share that will be taken by others, right? The ones that did do well or did survive. So that is something we're looking closely at. How have people adapted to that situation? How quickly and how successfully have they done that? So that is one of the areas we definitely look at.
Yep, thanks, Jarl. I think from our end, in addition to that, I'll not repeat what Yal just said. That's very important measure for us at the moment. But I think we still are not moving away from the predominant issues of our checklist for entrepreneurs around the track record, the experience, succession planning. Some entrepreneurs think they won't even contract COVID, and they don't even think it's real. They don't even believe in vaccination. So there are things like that we've seen, maybe because we're investing in farmers. Succession planning is key. Reality check, I think we've seen, and especially you mentioned, Eva, there are advisors in the room. Sometimes we've seen projections from advisors that are out of the moon and think the world is different from where we live. So I think a reality check sometimes is important to whether you're living on the same planet Earth, especially in the business plans and information you see. And then, of course, the morals. I think that is something that comes very handy for us. What kind of morals and attributes and reasons to live the entrepreneur has? Because there are some entrepreneurs who will tell you point blank, they know how to get around things, but it's the how, which sometimes is immoral in nature or is not as compliant with best practice or regulation and things. So yes, that becomes also very, very, very important for us. Like I said before, willingness to take on advice and support and capacity building and growing is very important and key, especially now that we are seeing more and more youth entrepreneurs becoming very clever in this market. I think if they're willing to take on advice and support, corporate governance structures, create boards and things, not just on paper and walk the talk, I think for us that's equally important. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Edward. And Roland, you work in the earlier stage of the business, so people are actually looking to you a lot more now. What does it take to match with you or firms like Iyungo in this time when capital is so much needed, especially for early stage entrepreneurs?
Well, there's many definitions of early stage. I mean, we are, like Jarl, mainly a mezzanine debt provider. So we do need to see some positive cash flows to be able to do something. So even when we do smaller investment tickets, that is a requirement. Maybe going back to what Edward and Jarl was saying, or adding to that, is kind of, with or without COVID, you look at resilience. And I think resilience is effectively a feature of entrepreneurship in these markets. I think we can all say that probably the majority of our investees have more than just a business than we invested in. And the reason is exactly because of that resilience. Conditions in the market may change. COVID is just one example, an extreme example. And so the entrepreneurs start balancing their activities and see, if one goes down, what can they do with another one? The growth trajectories that we see in economic textbooks, whether it's a hockey stick curve or it's a more paced growth, are never real in practice. It always goes up and down. There's not a single investee in our portfolios that has continued to grow year after year since inception. So that resilience to be able to balance activities is key. Maybe a little different than what you all said with the e-commerce. I mean, there were a lot of stories about businesses being able to pivot during COVID, and I think that's a minority. That was only possible for a minority. For the majority, it again came down to that resilience. Really managing their costs and liquidity, being able to plan without knowing when lockdowns would end to make sure that they still had some liquidity left to get back on their feet. So yeah, I would say that's kind of the things, especially after the year and a half, maybe more than before, that we look at. From a market point of view, I mean, markets have been distorted during COVID. I think maybe from our point of view, maybe a little more than before, we do look at project finance, trade finance, a little more at essential services, but across the board, that goes on top of what we already were doing before.
Great. So just to recap what the three panelists have said, it's what it would take to work with them as an entrepreneur, a business that's good to weather a crisis, demonstrated by your resilience and ability to bounce back. The track record is still something that the entrepreneurs, the investors looking at, succession planning and governance and willingness to take advice. Roland, you ended on a really interesting point, which is the market has shifted, the trade finance and even the trade environment has shifted quite a bit. And this leads me to my second last question. I have 4 minutes, but what do you feel is the new space for the entrepreneur to grow in light of those market shifts? So we've talked about the industries as a whole, but in addressing the consumer, maybe from your perspective, do you think that the consumer has changed, and what will it take to reach to that new consumer to achieve the growth that we talked about earlier? Roland, you can still.
Yeah, maybe quickly add, I wouldn't necessarily say that the market has shifted if we do a little more project finance, trade finance than before. It's also just to cover our risk as a fund manager in a way, and have a good balance from a market risk point of view in our portfolio. But overall, I would say the market is pretty much still the same. There's more challenges. I mean, you know, if we talk, as was mentioned before, if we talk about regional or even international trade, whether it's the import of raw material or getting your goods across the border, I mean, logistics is a mess. It still is. But in a sense, despite the fact that it takes longer, that it costs more than before, it is still possible to reach a market. So the current context didn't make it easier, but it is possible to continue.
And Yal, would you agree with Roland that the market is the same, just difficult environment?
Yes, and I think adding on to what Roland says, we see that as well, that there's also much more demand now from our clients and new clients for working capital or shorter-term loans, which would normally typically be provided by banks. And I think banks have been fairly reluctant over the last year and a half. They're probably going to continue to be fairly reluctant as well, is my expectations. So I think that's why we see that part of the demand also coming our way, while we are traditionally much more longer-term focused than sort of the banks are doing. But we're happy to take up that demand as well for our existing clients for sure, and even for new clients. I don't think we'll make a complete new product line out of it with short-term working capital loans. I think that's not the idea. But we see that. What I don't know yet is the overall impact in the dynamics of the Ugandan consumer as a whole. So I've read some reports that the middle class actually has shrunk. Which would make sense to me, given that a lot of people have been unemployed or furloughed or don't have a job anymore, or don't have an income anymore. So that would mean that we're losing part of the consumer base, or that consumer base now has to consume at a very different level. So that will have an implication of the products you offer. So that is something I'm still wrapping my mind around, but I think that is definitely something that has happened. And the question is, how quickly will that part of the market grow or rebound?
Thanks for that, Yal. And you and Roland brought up interesting points, which is the new products that private capital providers have been forced to think about. Roland talked about project finance, trade finance. You mentioned working capital provision. Edward, I'm curious to know from your perspective, has there been a call or request for new funding structures that you have considered, and are you likely to implement on this?
Yes, I think I I think there are 3 points I would love to mention here. I think the market is really product specific and on depending on what products and what market segment, because for the exporters, as Roland said, the route to market is a big challenge. But for the local guys their challenges are different, because it's more about demand and propensity to spend by people and incomes and things, and with people with no jobs and all kinds of things. Us looking at only agriculture, I must say there are some blessings in disguise with the pandemic. So we've seen a bit, people have still got to stay home sometimes. Even the lockdowns, we've seen increased demand in sometimes even in food and things. And so some businesses have been able to evolve and take advantage of that. Yes, in terms of demand for more and more capital, I think, yes, we are seeing new different capital demands and new different ways and structures. We've seen scenarios, for example, grace periods, where recently we've done a transaction where an investee has asked to have a grace period postponed in case in future there's another pandemic. So he's able to pay his debt on time, he's able to perform well, but he's saying, look, I need my 6 months in case there's another lockdown or another pandemic coming. So they're preparing quite ahead of where we are. So that's something I've never structured, where an investee asks for a grace period to be held for 4 years or 5 years, but he's not using it now when you're coming in. He's planning to use it at a future time when there's another pandemic. So I found that very bizarre.
Well, and did you do the deal out of curiosity?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. At least.
And we've had our first dividend from that investee. So.
Great to hear. But I think for the benefit of our audience, it speaks to the flexibility of the investors. Sometimes people shy away from talking to us as investors because they think we're set on certain terms, and Edo just revealed we can be flexible. And I have run my time by 2 minutes, but if the session moderator will allow me, I'd like to get parting shots from all of you as fund managers who work with entrepreneurs in Uganda and in the rest of Africa. What kind of support can we look to you for as entrepreneurs? It's been a tough period, and I guess the advisors, what is it that we can expect from you as people who are supporting us very critically in this period? Yeah, you can go first.
Yeah, I think it's basically continuing on what Edward said. You know, we are a flexible partner, right? So and we do understand what you're doing, and we also understand what you're going through in general. So last year when the pandemic hit, you know, and some businesses had to close for a number of months because that was simply the case. Whether you were creative or flexible or not, your business was officially closed for a few months. You know, we were quite quickly, you know, at the table with the entrepreneur to reschedule things, right? So at least then this headache of, you know, the finance cost or the finance that is coming up while there is no revenue, that is being removed. And I think that helps a lot of clearing his mind of that burden so that he can focus on what he should be doing, which is focus on the business and how he can get it ready for when he can reopen, or even how he can still do things you know, given the situation. So I think that is one of the areas where we, in particular during the pandemic, have been very proactive and continue to be proactive, because we're not even out of it yet by a long mile. And secondly, you know, throughout the investment period, and I think the same goes for my colleagues here, is we typically work with the entrepreneur on financial management, financial resilience, and in general, getting the company ready. So you might have a start of a team, but we want to build that team bigger and better, definitely better. And so that you help the company manage their growth. And so when you set up a company to be more efficient, more effective, and better managed, when something happens, you're also usually much better prepared. And you have more people around you who can also share that burden of this pandemic or crisis that you're going through. So those are typical areas that we focus on: operational improvement, financial management, and helping them with their environmental and social aspects of their business.
Thank you, Roland. On your end, what?
Yeah, in our case, I think on the one hand, we did similar things during the lockdowns for those companies that was really needed. We froze repayments without having to restructure though, but we did freeze between 1 to 3 months repayments. We also, when the lockdown started, raised additional soft capital that we also invested in post-lockdown in those companies that had run out of liquidity. So to help them to get back on their feet. And then to the non-financial support that Jarl was talking about is the same with us. And even this already starts with us pre-investment. So Jungo Capital in our case is our investment vehicle, and we have a separate in-house DA organization, which is Jungo Excel.
And to you, Edward, as the closing shot.
Yes, I think I agree with both comments, but I would want to spin this a little bit and just say, look, there are aspects around flexibility, need for flexibilities around the policy framework and regulations for alternative financing structures. I think Richard did hint at this, and I think that would equally be important. I think with the pandemic, it's been clear that alternative financing structures would be a good solution and not just an option, but I think it's an important hub in a market like the Ugandan market for SMEs at the moment. I also think while entrepreneurs expect flexibilities from financiers like ourselves, or even like commercial banks, having the regulator, Bank of Uganda, saying you need to restructure and things, I think entrepreneurs need to appreciate it starts with them. They've got to also be flexible to adopt things rather than just always expecting to be at the receiving end. Oh, we are vulnerable. Oh, like you've had it in the local phrase, government to Yambi. It can't always be like that. It's got to be, they've got to also take an initiative themselves. I think we need to have more knowledge in the market. People need to know there's a lot more options for financing and support structures. And sometimes it's not just the money. Sometimes it's probably just a bit on pieces of BDS and reorganizations and structures and have turnaround situations successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Edward. We can always count on you for honesty. So what we've heard is everyone has their part to play, including the entrepreneurs, and we all together and collectively can move the vision of the company and the agenda of Africa forward. I like where you signed off, Edward, in terms of saying there needs to be awareness of more products available for funding. And this is where I get to toot EABC's horn, and Doris being our local rep in Uganda. This is what we're trying to do as EABCA, working with partners like M&A Summit, to bring to the fore the different sources of private capital and what we can do to bridge the gap, essentially. As to EABC, we think of ourselves as connectors. We are connecting capital to the transaction advisors in the room, to the entrepreneur also in the room, and we're here to support. We're here and we're available at a local level, at a regional level, to connect you with capital, not just within your borders, but beyond, but at the same time, even for capital providers to connect you with opportunities across the region so that collectively we move Africa forward. I don't know if Michael has questions for our audience or, sorry, for our panelists.
Right now, let me ask the audience here present. Oh yes, we have one question from Alex. Give it a second. He's about to get the mic.
Thank you very much, presenters. My name is Alex Matov. Just two questions for your comment. One is just to emphasize the need for management. I think for largely what we've done during the day is to talk about how investees need to be ready. But I think I've seen PE firms that will put money down and do their research before that. But once they put the money down, they fold their hands and wait to see profits coming. But remember, the same disease you've been trying to research on, which is poor management or lack of succession planning, as it has been mentioned, remains. So I've seen huge losses happening because of lack of participation in management. So I think that's something I would like your comment on. Then lastly, the criteria for social impact investments. I think largely we've talked about profit-making businesses and what structures they need to have in place. Is it a little different when it comes to social impact businesses? Is the criteria a little different? And if so, what would the difference be?
Thanks, Alex. Michael, you can advise if there's more questions in the room, or should we just take this first?
Please first take this as other people warm up with their questions.
Thank you. So I got the two questions as sometimes private capital comes in and sits back to wait for its dividends instead of active participation in management. And in, I think in your closing remarks, Edward, you said there's more than capital that we provide. So I'll just start off with you, Edward, as a person who has outrightly said you provide more than capital.
Yeah.
How do you go about the more than capital?
Thanks, Eva. I'll be brisk on this one. Do PE guys and venture capitalists come in and just give capital and wait for the return, for the check? As far as I know, that's not what we do, and that's not how we do it. So and in my career, I don't think I would ever manage a PE fund without a BDS facility or a technical assistance facility. We've learned the hard way to even try and do it in-house. It's very difficult. So I think it's a key learning that we've had, where having technical assistance, capacity building, and support to the SMEs and entrepreneurs is very important. And we are now even starting to see other funds starting with that before they even deploy the capital. In other words, increase capacity building and support. Roland has already mentioned something about this. So I think, yes, the new norm, if I was an entrepreneur and I'm looking for capital, I would really want to ask the question of, is it just the money, or is it other things, enhancements beyond just the money? And if I was a lawyer supporting an SME, I would also be asking the same question. Two, I think that there is also a myth that PE is cheap. It's not. It's more expensive than even commercial banking finance. And this is when, because of these other enhancements, that entrepreneurs need to have their eyes open to what else are they getting beyond just the money. Social impact business enterprises, yes, there is quite a bit. And many of these in our country, Uganda, think they can grow by NGO or free grant money. I think the times are closing in. We've seen what's happening with NGOs. We've seen what's happening in the market. I don't think even where the taps were opening from in Europe and the US and other countries, they are going to continue having a lot of money to give away for free. So I think it's starting to change, and I think changing for the better. We are now starting to see even embassies looking at creating impact funds rather than give free grant money. So I think for me that would be a message that even social impact businesses need to sometimes think as though they were real commercial-minded businesses. Thanks.
Thanks. And Roland, I don't know if you have more to add around rolling up your sleeves and getting to work. Otherwise, I'd also ask you to respond to the social impact.
Yeah. Well, like I mentioned before, in our case, the TA and the non-financial support already starts pre-investment, which is unfortunately also tied to a context of working maybe with the smaller SMEs in the market. I always say, best case scenario when we meet a company after a number of conversations that went well and we want to start diving into the financials, the best case scenario is audited financials that don't reflect reality. So for us to be able to really know whether we're interested or not, we start cleaning up or even rebuilding those financials. We go to rebuilding the investment plan. Oftentimes on average, I would say the entrepreneur is asking double of what he can realistically absorb. So the investment plan needs to be rebuilt. We start talking about ESG and governance post-investment. Last step in our pre-investment TA process is we build basic management control systems. So it's all about being able to build the information that we can do due diligence. And then second, getting to a point in the process that we're confident enough, should the decision be positive, that we can wire the money and the company is ready to start working with it. So again, the support starts pre-investment. On the social impact side, I'll be brief. My typical answer is we invest in businesses. And if the business is not well run, there's no social impact.
It's succinct. Yael, what's your take on impact investing and whether it differs from commercial perspective?
Now, we think you can do both, right? So you can have a good return and a good social or environmental impact. And it's also, I think, in the eye of the beholder, to be honest. So what some people find impact, others don't. I've noticed over the many years that I'm doing this now. So, you know, some of investors I talked, and you say, you know, you create a job in Uganda, and they say, well, I don't care about a job in Uganda. I've literally heard that. But, you know, if we can finance, you know, some rural electrification in a village very remotely in up north in Uganda, then we would call that impact. I would call both impact, right? If you give somebody a job and he can feed himself and his family, that's probably, for me, the biggest impact that you can have. So I think, you know, things go hand in hand. And if you have a successful business, it's growing, you're employing more people, you're paying more taxes, you're paying more to your own suppliers, etc. So the ripple effect of a growing company is very significant, and not always very easily measurable either, which is something we as managers struggle with sometimes to quantify things for our investors again. So that I think is that. I think on the sort of, yeah, if you identify a gap, you need to work on it, right, with the company, I think, on the first question. And I think, just to give a few more sort of live examples on different areas, you know, there's a company in the manufacturing sector here in Uganda, which we invested in. And, you know, normally, you know, an ISO certification would be very helpful. And for some of their clients, it's a requirement. So we managed to get them onto an ISO certification process, and we've also obtained now ISO certification process. It takes about a year. It's hard work for them. But we see now that the result is also that potential clients that we couldn't reach before are now being onboarded. So there is also a direct revenue component to it, which I find quite interesting. And that was also our interest. You know, one is, you know, if you're ISO certified, you sort of have a more consistent process. That's the idea. The other hand, it gives your clients comfort that you know you're talking to a well-managed supplier. So that's one area. And other areas, I think, where also Roland already mentioned is, you know, we have very small businesses, some medium-sized businesses, and the level of financial management is vastly different sometimes. And even medium-sized businesses have not very good financial management. So we've done things from implementing accounting systems to helping them get their financials organized, to even helping them recruit good finance people in their organization. And the whole philosophy about this is that because usually companies think that we want this, but we don't want this. Yeah, we want this, but we want it for you. Because if you have better financial information, you can make better decisions. And I don't know many entrepreneurs, to be honest, who can do everything from a piece of paper and just say, yeah, this is roughly my margin and roughly this. I think it doesn't work like that. So you can only make a good decision if you have good information and good thinking behind it. And we try to help them with that as well in various aspects.
Thanks for that. Yeah. From where I sit, I think anytime you invest in an African business, you're creating impact already. You're expanding the the ability to employ, you're adding more taxes into the ecosystem, you're building industry, you talked about agriculture, manufacturing, and tech, and by large, that is impact. So like someone says, impact is subjective. That's how I choose to measure it. So in general, if all of us in private capital are by extension actually doing impact. I don't know if there's more questions from the room. I just saw one on the chat.
No, we have two questions from the room. I think considering the time, we'll have, if we can have them answered in a minute each.
Okay, my name is Giorgio Tim from BDO East Africa. I'm a corporate finance professional, so offer advisory services, literally. My question goes to the promoters to make the choice of the best private equity partner, because from experience you find that some just keep taking you around tables and they actually don't want to invest, or for reasons that they cannot tell you, they would probably shy away from a particular transaction.
We lost connection, or at least I lost connection. So if Michael is okay to repeat the question on behalf of those of us online.
You want me to repeat it?
Yes.
Okay. So my question goes to the private equity firms. So normally you'd have them conduct due diligences on the client, but before a client can eventually have initial discussions with them, what sort of like probably a checklist would you advise them to consider before they can even enter into discussions with some of them? Because at times you would engage them, and for reasons that they cannot explain, they would eventually not invest in that particular company and walk away from the potential transaction.
A second question. I'm called Captain Vincent Vitature. In terms of alternative financing, Uganda has legislated for Islamic banking. And those who know a little bit about Islamic banking say or tell us that this is like a partnership in a way, and those who, the investors, will not put stringent profit-seeking conditions. Now, what role is likely to be played by Islamic banking in a local economy in Uganda here, especially so after the pandemic, because everybody is talking about the pandemic. Those things have always been there. We need to live with them. But what is the likely role of the Islamic banking in the post-pandemic period? Thank you.
Okay, I think those are the only questions. So we have a total of 3 questions. So let's have those ones answered, and then we can close this session.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mitchell. I got the first question as, is there a due diligence checklist that we can offer beforehand so that we know what entrepreneurs should prepare for, rather than us engaging them in the DD process, which is lengthy, sometimes expensive, only to drop off? And then the second question, as I understood it, was what's the role of Islamic finance or banking in the post-pandemic period? And the last question, which was posted online and which I see Edward has responded to, was, is private equity regulated? and if so, by whom? So Edward has given a response there. I'm happy to read it out, and then I'll also give the EAVCA position on that as well. But for now, I'd like to end with the last one on regulation or policy and address the first two as they relate more to private equity or private capital deployment. And I don't know who's ready to take them, but anyone's, it's welcome at this point.
Can go quickly on the first two.
Thank you.
The DD checklist, my answer would be that it shouldn't be the first concern of the company. If a company gets to DD stage, that means that the entrepreneur already has had many conversations with us as a fund manager, and that we gotten to the point that we're really interested. So there is a fit, we see potential, we have a certain belief of what the track record means, and so we are interested in doing the deal. So the DD is basically now to see whether there's no dead bodies in any closet that we want to avoid. And so the DD checklist, if a DD starts, it means it's well on track. On the Islamic banking, I'm not sure whether COVID has an influence on that. Again, from our own point of view, it's our mezzanine debt structure allows for so it's we set a multiple, and without getting too technical, we set a multiple of the amount that we want to see returned from the company, and that oftentimes we structure that as a revenue share, so it's completely Islamic banking finance proof. I think so those structures exist. Are there more or less than pre-COVID? I would probably say probably not.
I think we can settle for that response unless someone else has something rather different to add. Thank you. Just for the purpose of the audience in the room, the question posed by Judy Wambaira was, is there any regulation around private equity funds in East Africa? How are PE funds regulated, or how is order maintained in this regulation, in this area, sorry. And Edward's response, again, for the audience in the room, was there's some regulation, most still early stage and most still focused on PE fund managers by the local capital market authorities. The local ones being CMA Uganda and CMA Kenya, I know have attempted to do some work on it. I think the general perception, which is rather inaccurate, is that private equity is not regulated. We are, and sometimes stringently so. It just depends on what market the fund is originated from. So for those funds that are registered onshore, which means in our respective East African countries, PCP, for instance, they would be regulated by the local regulators. And then we have those that, like XSML, that are domiciled elsewhere by virtue of their fundraising structures and the different LPs, I'm trying not to use the technical terms, but the different investors that they have. So if they are registered elsewhere, they would be compliant to the rules of those markets. For the most of the private equity funds that we have in operations in East Africa, they tend to be structured out of Mauritius. And so the oversight authority would be the Financial Service Authority of Mauritius. Those that are fundraising locally, at least from Uganda and Kenya, if you're fundraising locally, even if you're registered under Mauritius, you would then fall under the regulation of the Capital Markets Authority, the respective authority. And that is the extent of private equity regulation. It's a fairly new industry within these shores, and so we anticipate even our regulators to improve on the regulatory environment, but that should not give any concern to any of our partners, including transaction advisors. We do operate with strict governance, given the jurisdictions of registration, but also because we preach governance to our entrepreneurs, we have to practice it. But I think above all, our LPs demand that we operate within strict codes of compliance. So having said that, I hope that gives you some confidence, Judy, to your question. And with that, I would like to close this session and thank M&A Summit once again for having EAVCA on board as a partner Thank you to my panelists, Yal, Edward, and Roland, for availing 1 hour and 10 minutes of your time to respond to our questions and engage with us. And for any additional questions, you can reach out to Doris Ocheng, who's part of the audience today, as she will give you more insights and connect you to the PE funds on this platform. Thank you, Metal, and over to you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. We have all learned a lot from it. So now, at this time, we're going to close for lunch. Right now, it's 11 minutes past midday. Let's all be here by 5 minutes to 1 so that we can start the next session. Thank you everyone who has attended, and I look forward to seeing you in the afternoon, seeing you at 1. We're already in the afternoon session. Okay then. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been reliably informed that lunch is ready. So at your leisure, please head down to the kitchen area. But please be back here by 5 minutes to 1. That's when we'll be starting the next session. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the afternoon training session. We have Professor Rodrigo Oliviers on the line from Queen Mary's University, London, who will be taking us through this afternoon training session. Welcome, Professor.
Hello, good afternoon. How are you today?
Fine, thank you.
Very good to hear that. Very good to hear that. So, shall we kickstart in style?
Yes, let's do that. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? I just wanted to, and before we start, I just wanted to ask you whether you have any questions. Is there anything in which I can clarify something which was not entirely clear from what we dealt with yesterday? Don't tell me that we are starting again in shy mode as yesterday with not many people eagerly to speak, or either open your cameras.
Yeah.
Okay. Then if that's the case, I will just thank you, Leila, for opening your camera, although I think I'm looking at your ceiling. But there you go. Hello, Leila. Okay, so what we're going to be looking at today is we'll be looking at, we are going to start with the share purchase agreement, and then ancillary agreements, and then we're going to be doing a case study. So very quickly, as we discussed yesterday, when you are doing an acquisition, you can buy either the shares or the assets of the company, right? And what most of the time happens is you will go for the shares. That's essentially the issues that we look at when we are dealing with acquisitions, but sometimes it's preferable to go for the assets because of issues linked to liabilities. But basically, the objective of the parties and here this is the first, I'm going to the first part. I'm going to go very quickly through contract law 101 to make sure we are on the same page. The buyers, either after the asset of the shares, will like to enter into a contract. Same will be the case of the sellers who are after the money. The contract can be oral or written. Why do we enter into a written contract? In a nutshell, it's an issue of certainty. Because an oral contract, then you need to go and prove what has been said, and basically that is way more difficult. That's what basically, well, first you need to prove that the contract exists, and then the purpose is to protect the interests of the parties, and that's why you enter into fully written agreements. What is important of having a written contract? First, the amount of money involved. Second, the value of products and services involved. Third, the duration of the contract. Why? Because it might be a long stop contract. For example, you buy a company. You're going to tell me, yeah, but in a company there are no services. No, you're wrong. Probably there will be some ongoing services after you have acquired the company. Then you're going to tell me, yeah, but it's you buy, you pay, you give the money, you get the shares, that's it. No, because sometimes you can agree that the payment will be done over 3 years, over 5 years. Then the reason why people enter into a contract is the risk of not having a contract, and then, as I was telling you, having to go to court to explain what are the rights of each party, whether they exist or not. And there are other factors that will be case specific, and that's why this becomes my usual phrase, which is, it depends. What I wanted to show you on this slide is that contracts, usually there are dozen different type of contracts. And even in a single M&A transaction, you can combine many of these. This is what I was referring to as there can be an agreement on whether we are going to for arbitration or not, whether we're going to buy assets, whether there's an assignment of certain rights, whether there will be a bonus payment, whether there will be a collaboration agreement, a consulting agreement, a credit agreement, a deferred compensation plan. All of these can be part of the single SPA contract, or you can have an SPA with additional contracts. And this is just a list where you will, that I can tell you, it depends on each transaction, whether you're going to have just one of them, multiple of them, several of these in the SPA. Manufacturing contract, merger agreement, non-disclosure agreement, operating agreement, non-disclosure, non-disclosure. Yeah, I don't know why I put this twice. I need to get rid of this. Joint venture agreement, indemnification agreement, guarantee agreement, franchise agreement, equipment lease agreement. So there are multiple. You can buy a company who operates a franchise of McDonald's in Uganda. You can bring in McDonald's as a third party into your SPA, that you buy this with a consent that the agreement will be transferred and you will continue having the franchise from McDonald's, and you can drag them into your main contract. Or you can sign a side agreement where you get the consent of McDonald's to continue exploiting the franchise. So this is just to highlight basically that when we are moving into drafting the share purchase agreement, there's another layer of complexity, right? And this is one of the slides that you should mark as very important. This is, you can tell me, yeah, Rodrigo, but that's very simple. That's something that I usually do. Yeah, but have you really thought about this? This is how you should draft the SPA, the asset purchase, the APA, the asset purchase agreement, the shareholders agreement, the call option, the put option, every single agreement alone, every single agreement, a tenancy agreement, the tenancy agreement that Patricia is going to negotiate for me in 2 hours, all of these agreements, you need to use this as your structure, as your backbone, right? How does this work? You want to prevent something from piercing the different layers and reaching the core, because it will produce a loss, right? So your main purpose or objective as a lawyer is preventing your clients from incurring a loss. If you are a commercial lawyer, if you're a human rights lawyer, probably you will have other priorities in life. As a commercial lawyer, for me, it all boils down to loss and damages. So basically, this is how you're going to draft your contract, with different layers to protect you. Someone has at some point referred to this, I think, in a not very complimentary way, as the onion. But you can think of it as an onion with different layers, where what you want to prevent is a loss. To prevent that loss, first you start with a due diligence. In the due diligence, you identify things that need to be fixed, right? That's why you're going to include a list of conditions precedent. So basically, by the time that you acquire the company, these conditions precedent would have been fulfilled, and these risks or liability that you have identified during the due diligence phase would have been remedied by the time that you acquire the company. Then the other thing that you will do is work on your covenants reps, and warranties. Do we know what a covenant is? Guys, hello. I know that you have just finished lunch. I need you to be quite awake. Covenants to the organization. Do we have microphones today? Yes? Oh, now I see my friend Vincent there. Hello, Vincent. I couldn't see you before. Yes. Vincent, my friend, yes. So basically, in any of these agreements, there are covenants, reps, and warranties are 3 types of clauses that we usually find in any contract. A covenant is an obligation to do or not to do something. For example, pay the purchase price. That's the simplest example of a covenant. Deliver the shares upon receiving the purchase price. That is a covenant, an obligation to do or not to do. Then reps and warranties. Representations are statements of facts to induce someone to enter into a contract. So these statements of fact to induce someone to enter into a contract are very relevant in M&A transactions. Because remember what we discussed yesterday when we were looking at the due diligence. In the due diligence, we find lots of things because it's like an X-ray of the company that will allow us to look inside the company what is happening, right? So the other thing that we need to look at, and the way in which these reps and warranties operate, is that remember that yesterday when we were discussing the due diligence, we will be coming across different areas. One of them will be contracts. Can I publicly access all the contracts of the company? Yes or no? Guys, open your cameras. Even if you don't talk to me, at least I can see you shaking your head. Assenting or dissenting? Vincent, yes, Vincent, my friend, I'm going to meet you after tomorrow. Tell me.
That's good, yes, yes. Certainly, if you are a buyer, you must have or you must be knowledgeable about the contracts of the company you are taking on or you are buying, because some of them could be liabilities.
Of course, Vincent. That's why we are in agreement. But Vincent, tell me, the question is way simpler than that. It's way simpler than that. I, as a buyer, I am the buyer, you are the seller.
Yes.
I come to you and I tell you, can you show me all your contracts? Between you and me, let's go to the sidebar. You give me 9 out of 10. You don't give me all of your contracts. We have another participant, Tusigwe. Sorry, I think I have killed your name. Can you open your microphone, or are you, if you're in the room, can someone get the microphone to Tusigwe? Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it. You need to teach me how to pronounce your name.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Tuesije Amon.
Okay, not that I wasn't that far away from your name, eh?
Yes, Tuesije, but it's fine.
Tuesije, okay.
With experience, I believe you can only access the contracts the person has allowed you to access, meaning sometimes it is not easy to access all 100% contracts.
Excellent, Tuesije. That's precisely where I was going. Going back to my friend Vincent. If Vincent gives me 9 out of his 10 contracts, and I ask Vincent, have you given me all your contracts? Vincent will tell me yes. Between you and me, he will go to the side and say, only those that I want you to see. But he will not tell me that openly. But I will have seen 9 out of 10, right? How do I know if there are 9 or 10? I cannot tell, because these are private agreements between Vincent and whoever else he has entered this agreement with. So I cannot tell for a fact that there are more. So I need to trust Vincent. Vincent, please don't take this personally, but if I look closely at Vincent, I look him into the eye, he doesn't inspire me much confidence. But that's what he has shown me. Is that everything? I am convinced that it's yes, because Vincent has told me 15 times, Rodrigo, you have all my contracts. Vincent then, when he goes at night at home, he tells his wife, I have fooled this foreigner. He wants to come and buy my company. I have shown him 9 out of 10 contracts. He thinks that he has seen everything, but the liabilities are hidden in contract number 10. So you as a buyer clearly have this problem, this practical difficulty. There are private agreements. I cannot know of their existence, and unless Vincent showed them to me, I cannot have access to them. That's why in a share purchase agreement, the reps and warranties clause is probably the single most important clause in all your share purchase agreement. Why? Because you're going to use this as, please don't take me out of context, like almost like a sworn declaration of the seller that this is it. It's called a representation. I'm telling you about like a sworn declaration for you to get a better picture of what's the purpose of these representations. This reps and warranties clause will read something like this. I, comma, the seller, comma, represent and warrant. Represent is I make a statement of fact, which is true, accurate, and precise. And warrant, that increase the degree of reliability that I as a buyer should have on those representations. So the clause will say, I, comma, Vincent, comma, the seller, comma, represent and warrant that as of the date of this contract, 1, I am the legitimate owner of all the issued shares of Company X. 2, Company X is a validly incorporated and good standing company registered under the Companies House of Kampala. 3, and you go, that's why the reps and warranties is a 7-page clause, because I will ask Vincent to represent and warrant all what I have seen in the due diligence. Let me give you two very clear examples. The company has not entered in any other agreement, contract, arrangement, and you put all possible type of understanding other than those listed in Annex 3. You go to Annex 3 and there should be a list of all the contracts that I have seen during the due diligence. Why this is so relevant? Because then I go back to my friend, I buy the company, I give the cash to Vincent, I take over the company, and on day 1 I realize, oops, there are 10 contracts, not 9. I have audited 9. 9 appeared on 9 appear on the exhibit or the annex, but now there are 10. And here I have a comment or a statement by Henry telling me, I see that this requires utmost good faith, especially when you sign the clause and warranties. Henry, using Vincent's language, I would say good intentions, not good faith, good intentions. So basically, yes. But Henry, I have, this is me, and this is me on, I will not say on a bad day, but on a day where I don't believe in mankind. I will say, I don't believe in good faith. I don't have hope in good faith. What I will do is I will either set up an escrow, leave some money apart in case there are any hidden liabilities, or I will pay Vincent not all the money on the same day. I will tell him, look, Vincent, I will pay you 50%, 20%, 75%, and the remaining amount, I will split it over 3 payments every 6 months or whatever. I will keep some money up my sleeve in case something like this happens. You remember, Henry, and again, Vincent, don't take this personally, as I was telling you before, I look at Vincent in the eye and I can tell you this seller doesn't give me much confidence. So that's why I want to keep some money up my sleeve. But Henry, yes, you are right, spot on the importance of representations. Another example, when I have audited the company, I went to Vincent and I asked him, Vincent, are there any lawsuits against the company? No, Rodrigo, we are the epitome of a good company. Then I said, Vincent, can I contact the lawyers to give me the letter that they sent to the auditors to prepare the financial statements of the company? And the lawyers tell me, yeah, there's one lawsuit. Then I go back to Vincent. Vincent, what happened? There's a lawsuit. Ah, yeah, Rodrigo, I forgot. It's so insignificant that I have completely erased that from my mind. Okay, so basically I already found one, and I found a contradiction between my friend Vincent and his lawyers/accountants. So then I will put a representation saying there are no other lawsuits than those listed in Exhibit 3. Sorry, not 3 for contracts, in Exhibit 4. And so on, because you will be protecting yourself and you will be reflecting here all what you have found in your due diligence. That's why if we go 1 second back to what we saw yesterday, this is the annex on due diligence. Hold on, let me get to due diligence. You will see that when I show you this slide, and here I also put kind of an asterisk here on the side, and this is another key slide. I was telling you that due diligence will inform how to draft your contract. And someone is telling me that when I hear about the lawsuit, yeah, Henry as well. When I hear about the lawsuit, I should think of the cockroach. Henry, that's the purpose of the cockroach. You see, you might not remember what I was telling you yesterday, but you remember the cockroach. That is precisely the purpose of the cockroach, to help you remind you of these things. So that is the importance of the representations, right? So you have here covenants, reps and warranties, and then you have the events of default. The events of default is if anything happens, then you are in default. So that means you are in breach of your obligations. And again, if you have a representation and that representation is not accurate, what is that? That is a misrepresentation, and a misrepresentation will be a breach of a contractual provision. And if there's a breach of a contractual provision, that will give me the right to terminate and accelerate the contract. You see, this is the beauty of having a well-drafted contract. And what you need to bear in mind is that all of these should be kind of people trying to stop you from getting here. If you're very much into sports, you should think of this as a team of players that they need to communicate very well with each other. So you will have here the first line of defense, the second line of defense, and this one probably will be your goalkeeper. You need to make sure that all of them work perfectly well in complete alignment, that the fact that you have drafted them very carefully, there are no contradictions, there are no problems, that what will make them be able to stop whatever comes your way. So this slide here is very important. Important aspects when you are negotiating your contract is you need to understand what you want to accomplish and what the other party wants to accomplish, because it's very important that when you go into the negotiations, you know what you want and what the other party wants, because you know that at some point there were some issues that you will need to compromise, and there will be some other issues where you have to give in and the other party will have to give in or reach a compromise or probably consider walking away. That's why you need to identify your position and the other party's positions. That means strengths and weaknesses. Be prepared to provide room for negotiation. And basically, strengths and weaknesses. Who will give you lots of representations? The seller. Very quick question. And let me not waste 5 minutes begging you to answer. Basically, if you are the buyer, are you going to give long representations? Yes or no?
No, we won't. We'd want them to be as short as possible.
Everybody would like them to be as short as possible, but if you are the seller, you have no option, because you need to represent all what you have given me or told me in the due diligence. But if you are the buyer, why they are going to be short? Because you only need to represent that you can buy and that you have the money. That's it. There's no other obligation for the buyer. That's why you also need to understand that both parties are not necessarily equal. For some aspects they are, but for others they are completely different. If you are the seller, you need to represent pretty much everything. If you're the buyer, that you can buy and that you have the money, that's it. You need to try to bring solutions to the table and try to work towards a resolution of disagreements rather than just butting heads. Until there's a definitive agreement reached, all draft agreements, term sheets, letter of intent should clearly say something like, this document is not intended to create or constitute a legally binding obligation between the parties here too, and no party should have any liability or obligation with respect to this document until a fully integrated definitive agreement is prepared, authorized, executed, and delivered by all parties. I haven't gone crazy, but this is just to show that basically in any of these transactions, there will be two parties and there will be different standings, right? You have the big dinosaur and the small dinosaur, and pretty much the big dinosaur tells, in an ideal world, each person is on equal terms in negotiating a contract with everyone else, and they are able to negotiate a mutually beneficial contract. However, the big dinosaur tells the small dinosaur, of course, the real world continues to be an incredible poor imitation of perfection. And the small dinosaur says, why we cannot live in a perfect world? And basically the big dino kind of making fun says, yeah, there's not a day goes that I don't think or ask that question to myself. So basically you need to bear in mind that there will be, of the two parties, there will be one which will have greater power and authority, usually money rules. And that's something that you need to understand, and you need to kind of make peace with that. And that's why basically you need to understand, that's what I was telling you in the previous slide, when I was telling you, understand what it is that you want to accomplish and what the other party wants to accomplish, and identify your position and the other party's position. These are facts that basically you cannot change. Those are the facts. Someone is buying, someone is selling. Seller has a weaker position, seller has to come completely clean, seller has to show everything, and seller has to represent and warrant and guarantee for any potential hidden liability. It's a fact. It's how it goes. We cannot reinvent the wheel, really. If possible, it's generally best to be the party who draft the contract. Usually buyer draft the contract. Why? Advantages of controlling the draft: provides extra control over the negotiations, allows to define the issues, prevents hidden or surprise issues. It also enables the deal to be structured on your own terms. However, you need to bear in mind that ambiguities in contract provisions are generally construed against the draftman. And it is acceptable to begin drafting from a sample contract, but do not be over-reliant on its provisions. One size does not necessarily fit all. Contract structure: usually you will start with a term sheet, MOU, letter of intent, or comfort letter to start the negotiations. Then you will move into the formal contract. There will be header, recitals, and main body with definitions, covenant, statements, reps and warranties, and boilerplates. Do you know the concept of boilerplates? Boilerplates are standardized clauses that you usually find in every type of contract. The quintessential example of a boilerplate is governing law and jurisdiction. Then there will be issues as to style, paragraphs, whether you include headings or not, sentence structure, font, line, length and spacing, justification, whether you should use shall, will, must. These are things that have to do more with the style of the contract. Just as a side note, for example, a significant majority of decisions of the Nigerian courts have defined shall and must in the context of statute. For instance, this is the Supreme Court that says shall does not always mean must, a matter of compulsion. It could be interpreted where the context so admits as may. So that's why basically you need to be careful, because courts will look at this differently, right? Continuing with the contract structure, we need to look at, make sure that we clearly define or identify the parties, because remember, if the buyer is a company, McDonald's Limited or McDonald's International Limited or McDonald's Enterprises Limited, they can be different companies. And we need to bear in mind that this can pose further complications. So that's why it is important that you clearly identify who the parties are. So then what we need to look at are issues such as pricing, indemnities, reps and warranties, performance standards, and we are going to look at this. I'm going to provide some examples of clauses in the second half, where we are going to look at some performance standards. This has to do, for example, with force majeure. We will discuss that in due course. Then what are the remedies if there's a breach? Risk allocation, which party does what? Miscellaneous provisions, these are usually the boilerplate clauses. Governing law and dispute resolution. Guys, this is very important. You're going to tell me, yes, we always include this in our contracts until there's one that you have forgotten to include it. So you need to make sure, and a good advice would be for you to try to draft a kind of a checklist of things that you should definitely have in all of your contracts. And then once you finish the contract, go and check whether this is included. And probably you can use, if you want, My Onion, and within each of the subtype of clauses, make sure that you add the ones that you think are relevant. There, if you want, you can even include another layer in the onion, which will be boilerplates if you want. Once we start drafting the contract, basically, you need to make sure that basically you provide comments on every draft that you receive, and you need to review carefully any comments that you receive from your counterparty. And you need to read all terms of the contract, particularly or including definitions. Definitions are tedious, boring, painful, mechanical. You look at them 15 times and they look always the same. Look at the definition. There can be a lot that can be exploited on the definitions. Sometimes what you need to bear in mind is that the clauses of the contract will become operative based on what is in the definitions. You need to make sure that you don't need to add anything that is missing. Confirm important comments. If you are discussing this and you have an informal conversation or conversation over the phone about the terms of the contract, and you reach a milestone because you reach an agreement on something that has been, on which you have been stuck for quite some time, a very healthy piece of advice will be send immediately an email to confirm the agreement that you have reached. That is important to be able to give you necessary peace of mind and turn a page. Try to document it in writing so you can move on. And this slide, you're going to probably, I'm not sure whether you're going to take me serious, but what do you think are the pillars of the legal profession? And let me give you a hint. This person might give you a hint of what is the pillar of our profession. No clue? Do you know who this person is? Any resemblance? I'm sure you all know this person. Richard? Can you open your microphone, Richard?
Is that Steve Jobs?
No, that's not Steve Jobs.
Professor,
Okay.
that should be Bill Gates.
That is Bill Gates. Bravo. But you know why he is a mastermind behind our profession? He invented one of lawyers' greatest tools. Alex, keep the microphone if you want. Bill Gates created one of the biggest tools that we all lawyers have. You know what it is? Control C, Control V. Guys, don't underestimate this, because basically that's a big aspect of our profession, and there's nothing wrong or nothing to be ashamed of using a previously carefully drafted contract as your template or as your starting point, because basically it's just about being efficient and pragmatic. However, you need to be extremely careful because there are no two transactions that are alike. So basically what I'm telling you is, can we copy and paste? Yes, that's, guys, I'm telling you a little bit of a practical experience from when I was practicing, or I still practice on some areas, but it is important that you start from a draft that you can identify as, this will be kind of my template. But then for each transaction, you will need to tweak it, because there are no two transactions that will be alike. The problem is that anybody can copy and paste, but it is a skill that you need to know what to copy and what to paste, because not everything is relevant. And the problem is that you might drag some bad habits. For example, you will not believe this, but in the capital markets, there are some bonds being traded with a clause that has migrated from syndicated loans into bonds without any need whatsoever. It's a clause that has always been in international finance arrangements. A bond is an international finance arrangement. So we copied and pasted from a syndicated loan. The lawyer who was drafting one of the first bonds copied and pasted this clause, and then others copied and pasted the clause, and now it has become a sticky clause that it's in all bonds, and there are many bonds that do not need to have this clause, but it's there and will always remain there. So that's what I'm telling you. It is something that happens regularly, and we cannot get rid of it. So basically, we need to smarten up when we are copying and pasting. So basically, you need to give careful consideration at the outset to prevent major headaches in the long run. Be careful of being sued for breach, or suing another party on the same basis is expensive, time-consuming, and energy-depleting. If you ask me, I know that all of you are lawyers, and several of you will probably also litigate. For me, if I have to go and see the face of a judge, and apologies if there's any judge in the room, that means that I have failed. I have failed in my tasks. I need to be able to produce almost bulletproof contracts. Why? Because if you need to sue, or if you're being sued, it's expensive, time-consuming, and energy-depleting. You can use this more efficiently for other purposes. A question? No. Okay. Most contractual disputes. Yes, Patricia, welcome back.
Hello. Thank you, Prof. I was just thinking that with all the back and forth that goes with drafting these contracts and reviewing them and all that, and it doesn't matter how meticulous you are, and there are instances where some clauses may end up being smuggled in, because of course there must be a cutoff point where you say, okay, this is it. I mean, I've gone over this document, there's been a lot of back and forth, but there must be an end to this review and all that.
So you're asking me when you know that you have reached that point?
Yes. And how can you safeguard against such risks anyway? Okay.
You're asking me if I have the answer to that. Probably I would have
experience. Yes.
No, not just experience. It's basically I would have kill all competition, because there's no magic bullet for what you're asking me, Patricia. I would say, and again, me being slightly ironic and practical, first thing is probably you should agree to be paid by the hour, not for a fixed amount, because that will encourage you to be more willing to keep on reviewing the contract as many times as needed or a change is inserted. Having said that, which is a very practical and professional comment, going into the actual know-how when enough is enough, I would tell you probably never is enough, and you can keep on going forever, and you can review a contract 15 times, and probably 15 times you will find something that you might want to tweak, clarify, enlarge, etc. It is a fine balance between how much you are being paid, how much time you can devote to this matter vis-a-vis other matters. Also, what are the aspects that your client want, whether you have met the expectations of your client or not, whether you also see that you can still get things out of your counterparty. So bottom line, as you can tell, there are many variable elements in the equation. And therefore, it's not easy to say, okay, I am there, because there will be no kind of flashing light or bell that will go off once you reach that point. There's no way to know that. That's on the second question, when you know that you are there. And then you were telling me what you can do to prevent that every now and then there might be a clause that might not be entirely clear, etc. The other issue that you need to bear in mind is that with time comes perspective. I mean, you have drafted something today in negotiation with the parties, and it makes a lot of sense today. In 1 year from now, 2 years from now, with a different set of facts, things might look slightly different. So that's the other thing that you also need to bear in mind. As much as you try, I doubt that you will ever be able to achieve perfection. You can be very close, but you will not be able to achieve perfection. So you need to be careful there, because there can be potential pitfalls. So what you need to try to do is be as thorough as possible. Try to engage a different set of eyes to look at this, particularly from someone which is not fully engaged in the transaction. Someone who can read the contract, not being directly involved in the day-to-day negotiations, etc. That's why sometimes senior partners review the work of junior partners or associates. And also always running through your client for final approval / blessing. Because your client will see it as a layman, you will see it as a lawyer, and the partner will see it as a neutral, objective, unbiased lawyer. Does that make sense, Patricia?
Yes.
I know that you were looking for a magic wand, but I don't have one.
That's fine.
Okay. Most contractual disputes could be avoided. The best way to start drafting a contract is to look at several sample forms similar to your situation. Control C. A draft will at least alert you of issues that you may not have even thought about, and can provide the necessary and appropriate language for your contract. But do not be over-reliant on someone else's draft, because this draft may not be totally applicable to your situation, or may be drafted for the benefit of the wrong side, rather than buyer-seller, rather than seller-buyer, or it will just be a lousy draft. This draft will be just a starting place. Do not make any assumptions when drafting an agreement. Anything that you want to assume, including the contract. All deal terms should be included in the contract. A term is something which is material relevant for the transaction. You should spell out all the obligations and assumptions under the agreement to reflect them in the contract. Needless to say, if it's important, draft it in the contract. And although lots of contracts are filled with mind-bending legal gibberish, like whereas, therefore, hereinafter, thereunder, there's no reason why this is accurate or correct. So my suggestion will be use plain language, avoid legal jargon, avoid Latin, short, straight sentences understandable by everyone. And that's why I say at the end, for most contracts, legalese is not essential or even helpful. This is kind of a to-do list for contracts. An effective contract should always be clear, specific, and focused. Sentences should be short to avoid unnecessary complexity and ambiguity. You may want to look at a sample agreement prior to drafting your own. Make sure all party names are accurate. McDonald's, McDonald's International, McDonald's Holding, they are different companies. Include their business title if applicable. The contract should be consistent in tone, grammar, word usage, and abbreviations. You should always define important terms. And you should anticipate litigation by including sections regarding venue, choice of law, taxes, and fees. Taxes is a clear example of an area which is which gives room to conflicts. Why? Because the standard is that each party should pay its own taxes, but some party might assume that the other party will pay all taxes. If that's the case, write it expressly. That's actually an example of an assumption that might be seen or interpreted by parties differently. All parties should sign the contract. Pages must be numbered because this avoids the appearances of pages that have not been there in the first place. In some jurisdictions, you also again, depending on the jurisdiction, in some jurisdictions you use simple space so people cannot insert lines in between. In some jurisdictions, you initialize every page. In every jurisdiction, you initialize every page, and every page is double-sided to avoid clauses or text appearing on the other side of the page. So again, that depends on the jurisdiction and the practices. But you need to be careful that some jurisdictions are, to put it politely, less trustworthy than others. And lastly, proofread everything very carefully. And going back to Patricia, if you receive the draft 15 times for comments and revision, you need to do that 15 times for comment and revision. And that's what I was telling you. Even the definitions which you have read and they cannot be substantial changes, you need to read everything. You need to read everything. The usual sources of uncertainty in contract is ambiguity, undue generality, inconsistency, redundancy, conflicts, and vagueness. If you ask me, for me, the most worrisome one is number 4. Why redundancy is so problematic? What usually happens is that you come across something which you or your client thinks is very important. So what usually happens is that you will try to make sure that this is properly reflected, and probably so important that you can mention it 2 or 3 times, or probably include a reference to this more than once. The problem is that sometimes it cannot be entirely clear, and then that's you being redundant. And because of redundancy, then I have a clause that says this, and then I have another clause that says this. So which one of the two shall be applied? And the problem is that they might have slightly different meaning or slightly different consequences. And the fact is that if you have included twice, they might have a different purpose. Otherwise, why would you include it twice? So the problem is be extremely careful with redundancy, because redundancy usually ends up affecting one of the most important, if not the most important aspect of your contract, and that's why you have included it twice. If a term is to be agreed, try to establish an objective criteria. or an exit strategy, right? And the clear example, which we will see now in a few minutes, is I'm trying to think of a very quick and good example that you can rely on. But for example, if there's a material change, I will have the right to walk away, right? What is material? Can anybody tell me what is material?
Hello?
Yes?
I would think that something material is that goes to the core of the transaction.
Okay. A loss of 100K is material?
Sorry, what's that?
A loss of 10K, 10,000 sterling pounds, is that material?
Just like I was saying yesterday, it depends. It's relative.
Bravo. You see, that's the problem. For you might be material, for me might not be material. That's why you need to establish an objective criteria to know what is material. It depends. If you have not defined that in the contract, what for you might be material might not be for me, or the other way around. So, so for example, a material adverse change will take place when it has an economic impact on the company in excess of X. And then you have an objective criteria to determine whether it is material or not. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
And let me see if I can. Yeah, and one of the important lessons that we need to learn from the panda bear, and particularly for us lawyers, is that a comma makes a lot of difference in our contracts. Because this is the definition of the lovely panda bear. It's a tree-dwelling marsupial of Asian origin, characterized by a distinct black and white coloring. It also eats shoots and leaves, so eats shoots and eats leaves, so it's two different things, but also eats, becomes a serial killer because it shoots and then leaves the room. So that's just I converted a nice fluffy little animal into a serial killer because of that comma. This is important for us lawyers because this goes back to what we were discussing with Patricia. What can we do to avoid ending up in court litigating? You need to be extremely thorough, and this is just one comma. Turn a nice fluffy animal into a serial killer. And again, this is kind of a list that I have prepared for you, for you to have a look at what are the different clauses you can come across. But what we are going to do is focus on, we're going to put special emphasis on those that are less standard, which are these miscellaneous provisions that have to do with, those are the ones that you think that they are standard and you cannot make a difference. Now I'm going to show you how you can make a difference. Before we go to that, I would like to look into a couple of specific M&A clauses. I told you that first and most important, you have the reps and warranties, right? What we are having now, and it is a fast growing market, is insurance for your reps and warranties. You remember how I was telling you about my friend Vincent. I was telling you, look, I look at Vincent in the eye and, well, he doesn't inspire much confidence. And then Henry on the chat box, sorry guys, I have not been checking the chat box, but yeah, I have a couple, sorry, I have a couple of comments there, and there was a question on the chat by Andrew. From your experience, in cases of seller having the stronger position, such as in a hostile takeover, what is your advice on securing the buyer's right? Andrew, remember that the hostile takeover applies to public listed companies, not to private companies where you negotiate the contract. With that caveat, basically what you can Andrew, if you're around, can you clarify your question? Because basically the seller having a stronger position, the seller usually has a weaker position, not a stronger position. What is your advice on securing the buyer's rights? Buyer has the money. You need to make sure that you call the shots. Andrew, if you can clarify that question, that would be great. And to Henry, yes, material is a vague term. I agree. But what I was telling you is, I told you first that reps and warranties was the single most important clause in a SPA. The second one, which we'll see in a few minutes, is the price adjustment clause. Remember that we discussed yesterday the possibility of just jumping into a contract no matter what and then adjust the price. So we're going to see how we adjust the price. But before we move into this, I want to tell you a little bit about a trend and a growing market, which is insurance for reps and warranties. This has gone from 541 million to 38 billion market, from 40 deals to 1,500 deals just in 10 years. And what you need to understand is that basically 45% of US deals will have an insurance. Almost always is considered in deals of above 30 million. And basically, it will allow the buyer to after having acquired the company, to go after a third party, not the seller, because going back to, and I was discussing this earlier today, I don't remember with whom, that basically, yes, I remember now. I used Vincent as an example with the representation, the contract, the good intentions / good faith, where I was telling you, I give him the money and he has not shown me all the contracts, so I might have a problem. That's why you would like to stagger the payment. But there might be a transaction where you do not have such a strong negotiating power, and my friend Vincent would have the upper hand, and he will tell me, okay, these are my terms and conditions. You pay all the money now, or I sell to someone else. There, for example, another option would be, if you cannot create an escrow, you cannot hold money, you get an insurance. It will make the deal more expensive because you will have to pay for this, but at least it will allow you to basically have a claim against a third party, right? So basically, it's a way of protecting you for situations where, for example, I cannot manage to get from Vincent the necessary assurances that I want, or I still do not fully trust Vincent. I get a third party who will insure Vincent if he's not coming completely clean, and then ex post I end up having a claim. Any questions on this before we move into the second aspect I want to highlight, the other important clause in the SPA? Of course, all clauses are important, but these two are of superlative magnitude. Do you have any other question or no? Guys, you're quite quiet today. Not that I don't mind, because it allows us to cover more ground, but I want to make sure that we make this as interactive as possible for your own benefit. Are there any questions? Okay. Is there? Yes, sorry. Who is this?
There's Andrew asking something on the chat.
Ah, sorry. Yes. And the target company in question is a public listed company. Okay, then yes, there's a takeover. The scenario is majority of shareholders are willing to sell, but management who are also minority shareholders is not willing. Okay. Andrew, this is a moment that I regret when I push you for questions. Let me do the following. Let me share a white screen. Okay, I guess that are you seeing my white screen now? Yes? Yes. Okay. Basically, we have a public listed company, and I have here Andrew, who is trying to buy this company, right? This company is held by a universe of shareholders. So Andrew makes an offer for this company. All these people here decide to sell, except Mr. H, also known as the holdout, right? So what happens? In public listed companies, you have two rules. So you have rule number one that says once you have reached more than 30%, you need to launch a mandatory bid, right? I don't know how many shares he had before. I don't know how many shares he has after. But if there are more than 30, let's assume that he didn't have any and he buys more than 30%, then he needs to launch a mandatory bid to buy all remaining shares. So that's why it's very, very dangerous in a public listed company to go above 30%, because usually public listed companies are quite expensive. And if you reach accidentally more than 30, you might be in actual difficulties. Aspect number one. The other big important rule of public listed companies is the squeeze out rule that has to do with 90%. So key numbers to remember are 30 and 90, right? Andrew buys the public listed company, he gets more than 30%, or let's say he already had 29.9, he launched and buys more than 30 from these people. Holdout has 9%, so that means that Andrew, between what he had and what he acquired now, Andrew holds 91% of PLC. Andrew now reached more than 90%. He has the right to force Mr. Holdout to sell. Andrew can squeeze him out. That's a right that he has because he has reached more than 90%. In the same vein, Mr. Holdout, he didn't accept the offer that Andrew made, that all these people accepted, because Mr. Holdout thought that Andrew will never reach 90%. Now that Andrew has reached 90%, Mr. H can force Andrew to buy his remaining 9%. So these are the kind of the two very relevant or cardinal rules in the capital markets. So Andrew, with that explanation, you were asking me, let me go back to your original question. In case of a seller having the stronger position, what is your advice to secure the right of the buyer? Okay. In a public listed company, Andrew, I'm not entirely sure that I fully agree with your question that the seller has a stronger position. What you have is lots of individuals in the capital market that pretty much don't care whether they hold company A or company B, because on many occasions they are not that sophisticated. So basically, as long as you put a decent market rate offer, you will be able to buy the shares. Then once you reach the 30%, then most likely people will be willing to sell because you will have control. And this goes to Patricia's question as to what's the logic behind the 30% mandatory rule. What happens is that in the capital markets, the shareholding of companies is so atomized, so dispersed, that if you have 30%, people understand that you have control, right? If you have control, this becomes like a solo show. And therefore, that's why if you reach the majority control of the company, that's why they force you to try to buy out in case anybody wants to exit to protect minority rights. That's the rationale behind this, Patricia. And with that, I think I have answered both Andrew and Patricia's questions. Otherwise, speak now. Andrew, give me a yes. So let me new share. And now I guess that you are back to my slides, right? Yes? Someone give me a thumbs up, a nod in agreement or something. Yes? Yes. You are seeing the slide with completion accounts and lockbox?
Yes, we can see that.
Okay. Basically, when in the SPA, sorry. I told you that in the SPA, you have the first most important clause is reps and warranties. In addition, you also know that you can insure yourself against that. And the second most important clause is the purchase price adjustment clause, right? The purchase price adjustment clause, there are two types. It can be completion accounts or it can be a locked box clause. Completion accounts means buyer will pay for the actual level of assets and liabilities of the target as at completion in accordance with a post-completion pricing adjustment. So what you do is you by the company, and then there's an inventory taken and a balance sheet produced, and then you adjust the price. In a lockbox, what you do is you agree a fixed price calculated using recent historical balance sheet prepared before the date of signing. So you need to decide whether you're going to go with a lockbox or completion accounts, right? For each one of these, buyer and seller, there are pros and cons for each one of these under each of the two models, right? Completion accounts for the buyer pays for what it gets. Cons for the buyer, delay in determining the final price. And there will be some cost of preparation of completion accounts and eventually a potential dispute. For the seller, what are the pros? Usually it speed up negotiations because you are not going to enter into lengthy discussions because simply you just agree a price and then this gets adjusted. Cons, less control over the adjustment process, takes economic risk up to completion. There's a delay in setting the exact price. There's a price because usually share of the preparation of the completion accounts. And again, as in here, there's a potential for disputes. For example, I have seen in contracts that they say, okay, we're going to prepare accounts after closing, and those accounts, as they will be determined by the auditing companies, will be final. Or if there's any divergence in the interpretation or the view of the accounts, both parties will request an opinion from, you can list there whoever you want, Ernst & Young, for example, and whatever they decide, that will be final and binding for the parties. What you can do is you can try to close the scope for disputes. Lockbox, certainty, simplicity, avoids cost. This is for the buyer, but that will require an enhanced due diligence because after the diligence, that's it. You need to increase your reliance on reps and warranties. There's a risk of business deteriorating between the lockbox date and completion. That means closing. And despite the fact that it's a lockbox, usually there's a slight adjustment, such as what happened with debt and working capital, or probably even dividends that are generated in between. For the seller, certainty in price, simplicity, increased control over the process, avoids the cost of completion accounts, does not get full benefit of the operation of the business. If you ask me, seller will tend to prefer lockbox, buyer will tend to prefer completion accounts. Any questions on this? I take your silence as either the professor is extremely clear or you need more coffee. Okay, let me now look into sandbagging. Sandbagging, it's another bit of the jargon that we have in M&As. one question. If you are, you are in Uganda, so we can easily use the example of Victoria Lake, right? You are swimming in Victoria Lake and someone throws at you a bag of sand. What do you think will happen? Make a wild guess. And
So-
Vincent, yes, sorry?
They'll want you to sink with that bag of sand.
That's precisely the purpose of sandbagging in the M&A context. That's why they refer as whether sandbagging will be allowed or not. Because it can happen that during the due diligence, you find out that there's already a breach of the representation that the buyer is telling you. The seller is giving you. However, you knowingly use that to sandbag the seller. So you might want to include something in your contract, like for example, if the buyer discovers a breach of reps and warranties before closing, but remains quiet until the deal has closed, at which the vendor, the seller, will have breached the contract. So basically, you can include something like selling the rights of the purchaser to indemnification or any other remedy under this agreement shall not be impacted or limited by any knowledge that the purchaser may have acquired or could have acquired, whether before or after the closing date. So what this is telling you is that if seller lied to you or made a mistake, the seller will not be protected against his own, pardon my French, stupidity. So what this is trying to do is telling you, buyer can rely on that. Because the problem that you might have is that courts might not allow the buyer to rely on that if he knew that beforehand. Do you foresee that this might be what can happen in Uganda? I assume that your courts, following a common law system, will rely on what the contract says, irrespective of whether you have this clause or not. The problem is that in civil law jurisdictions where the principle of good faith is so important, this might become very relevant. The anti-sandbagging provision will say something like, in no event shall the seller have any liability to the purchaser with respect to a breach of representation, warranty, or covenant under this agreement, to the extent that the purchaser knew of such breach as of the closing date. Guys, let me try to squeeze quickly a couple of these clauses, because as you know since yesterday, because it took us a bit longer to understand the difference between merger, acquisition, and takeover. Let me try to quickly squeeze some of these clauses in the remaining 15 minutes that we have, where basically this I was telling you as boilerplates or standard clauses that you come across in all type of agreements. So the first one is amendments, right? Amendments should be in writing. Amendments should be agreed by all parties. And any amendment needs to be signed by the parties. You can do an addendum, which is a separate agreement, or you can amend this within the contract. a possibility will be probably to strike out a clause. If you do that, you need to both parties need to initialize next to it. You can include a line in between for which the party will have to initialize that as well. In some instances, you might want to go for arbitration because it is quicker and less expensive. This is a simple arbitration clause. And here there are some of the other force majeure. For example, no party shall be liable for any failure to perform its obligations in connection with any action described in this agreement, if such failure results from any act of God, riot, war, civil unrest, flood, earthquake, or other cause beyond such parties' reasonable control. These are usually applicable to performance failure caused by natural disasters, wars, riots, or other major upheaval. The question to you is, what is problematic in this clause? Besides the fact that probably you do not believe in God, but besides that, what do you find problematic in this clause? Let me help you a little bit. There are countries that have been in wars for several years. There have been countries that have been in civil war for 5, 6 years. If there's a force majeure like that, then probably you have an open contract with uncompleted exposures that you might find problematic. Because, for example, you order, let's say from Toyota, I order some high-end cars, some Lexus, let's say, because the president of whichever country, Germany, will be visiting my country next month. So I order 50 state-of-the-art cars. There's an earthquake in Japan. They cannot send me the cars. President is still coming. I need to buy other cars. And if I receive the cars in 3 months from now, they will not be useful for me. So this is what I'm telling you. This is a typical standard clause that you can limit or you can tweak for your own benefit. No party shall be liable for it, and basically you can put the force majeure should not extend more than X days. And with that, you limit this from ad eternum to 30 days, 15 days, whatever. And you have either a way out or a way to force that party to fulfill the contract. So that's what I'm telling you. Be careful because all these clauses can be tweaked. Liquidated damages. Basically, they try to anticipate what damages will be caused for a breach. Why? You don't want to wait to have to go to a judge to wait what the judge decides. Why? Uncertainty. In commercial contracts, commercial parties usually want to have as much certainty as they can throughout the entire life of the contract. So they don't want to have to wait to go to a judge to see what the judge will decide. Damages amount to 2, 4, 8, 16, 380. I don't know. But if we clearly spell them out in the contract, you know upfront how much are the damages. So you avoid that degree of uncertainty. However, important, the amount must be reasonable and include a penalty quantum. Boilerplate an entire agreement. Usually what happens is this sometimes also referred as, and please don't get confused with a corporate merger, but this is also called the merger clause. The clause will read, this agreement contains the entire understanding between the parties. The purpose of this clause is to erase any prior understanding. That means discussions, conversations, previous exchange of documents, etc., will be superseded by this contract. Of course, needless to say, what is extremely, extremely important is to make sure that if it's important, it's in writing. And if it's in writing, it should be in this contract. Because what this clause does is like kind of resetting the computer. Before this, all gets erased. This is it. Severability. I am not into animal cruelty, nor I am sadist or have a soft spot for pain. But when you were a kid, have you ever played with an earthworm? And if you have, I guess at some point you might have had an accident where you were kind of pulling the earthworm to see how long can it get, and sometimes it snaps. You have 2 pieces of earthworm, and I'm not encouraging you to do this nowadays. But they say if that happens, what happens with the 2 pieces of the earthworm? They were still moving, right? They were still alive. That's the whole idea of this. The severability clause tells you that if any part of the contract is declared void or unenforceable, the remaining provisions of the contract will still remain in force. And a clause like for this purpose could read something like this. If any provision or provision of this agreement shall be held to be invalid, illegal, unenforceable, or in conflict with the law of any jurisdiction, the validity, legality, and enforceability of the remaining provisions shall not in any way be affected or impaired thereby. Independent contractor. This is something which you will usually come across, and there are certain jurisdictions where the right to work is of public order, and irrespective of whatever you have agreed, but again, this is more common in civil law jurisdictions, you will come across situations where you hire someone, and that someone will be assimilated to a full employee of the company. And that someone will, if that's the case, you will have social security contributions, you will have some taxation liability. That's why it's always very important to make sure that whoever you contract is an independent contractor, unless basically you want to hire an employee of the company, right? That's why you will put something like this. Both parties agree that each is acting as an independent contractor. This agreement is not an employment agreement, nor does it constitute a joint venture or partnership between the parties. Why would this be relevant in the context of M&As? Because you might hire the seller to continue as a consultant working with or for the company. And governing law and jurisdiction is a clause. Actually, technically, there are 2 clauses or 2 aspects covered in a single clause. One is the governing law, and the other one is the jurisdiction. Governing law will be the applicable law that will be used to resolve substantial aspects of the contract, and then the jurisdiction is where the dispute will take place. Guys, while I explain this, please start opening your microphones, because here we are going to have a bit of fun with this clause, right? This is a clause where what you are trying to do is you are trying to resolve conflicts in an expeditious way. Pay, please, careful attention to this, because this is one that I have had several very heated debates about this clause. And I would like to get your interpretation, your views on this clause, right? So please start opening your microphones if you are not in the room. For those in the room, make sure that we have plenty of microphones for all of you to interact. So let me get your feeling of this clause. This agreement shall be governed by and construed in accordance with the laws of whatever. All legal actions arising out of the subject matter of this agreement shall be subject to the jurisdiction of the state of the federal courts of X or of the arbitral court of the, it can be the arbitral court of the Ugandan Stock Exchange at the sole discretion of the claiming party. So basically, this is the first part of the clause, and here you have that the claimant can either sue or go for arbitration. It's either or. So it's not one or the other. The second part of the clause, and let me use a different color. The second part of the clause says the cost of the proceedings, inclusive of legal fees, disbursement and expert witnesses fees, shall be borne by each party. Okay, allocation of costs, that's fine. Be then judicial or arbitral, that's fine because that's what we said up there. And the cost shall be borne by the successful party. Okay, here comes the tricky bit. The decision adopted shall be final, binding, and conclusive on the parties not subject to an appeal. So the claimant can decide whether to sue or go to an arbitration, and then whatever is decided is non-appealable. Whatever is decided in that situation is not appealable. How do you feel about this clause?
Professor Alex here. I think
Alex, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, how are you, sir? It's the worst, I think, drafted dispute resolution clause for a number of reasons. As you mentioned up, for arbitration, first and foremost, the clause cannot afford to be pathological. And that's being ambiguous. So you cannot say it's an option. Two, when you come to the second part that you've painted green, when you say it's final, arbitration normally is final.
Yes.
But because we created two options, it means if I choose litigation, then it will also be said to be final, which will be wrong, because for litigation, there's always an opportunity to appeal. So if there's clarity to say it is arbitration, then maybe you can talk about it being final. But if it's both and I can choose litigation, then saying it's final would also be another contradiction.
Alex, stay with the mic. Stay with the mic because let me disagree with you for a minute. The purpose of this clause is buyer and seller cannot agree because one prefers litigation, the one prefers arbitration. What we are doing here is we are letting both have what they want.
Okay.
For me, wait. Give me 1 second. So first and foremost, I don't find this ambiguous. I'm saying if you want to litigate, you can litigate. If you want to arbitrate, you can arbitrate. We are not excluding the other. Do you want to go by parts? We can do this one first because you seem to be eager to respond to the professor. So
of course I am eager to respond. Of course I am eager to respond. The whole point about contract, at least from what you've taught us and what we know,
certainty.
It's critical to have clarity.
Yes.
So, then two, the things we are choosing or advising on have laws that apply to them. So the contract cannot rewrite the law. That is why you find more contradictions when you come to the green part.
Wait. Yeah, but you wanted that's unfair, Alex. That's unfair. We were discussing parts by parts. I was telling you, let me give you my answer to both parts, and you didn't allow me to. So I'm going to hold you to your own medicine. So, Alex, on the first part, if I tell you, you are invited to a party, you can only wear blue or red ties. Where's the ambiguity? Where's the uncertainty? Where's the lack of clarity?
I think that the lack of clarity there is that the way the drafting is done is to give a sequence. I think it's called tired dispute resolution. To say if a dispute arises, I know what is going to happen. Am I receiving a notice to arbitrate? Am I receiving a notice to litigate? And remember, even when you talk about the possibility of litigation, there's, again, like I've said, there are rules that will apply to that. For example, if I was representing you, Professor, I would be mindful where even the litigation itself or the arbitration will specifically take place, and I'll negotiate or allow you to accept a particular term based also on the financial implications of whichever approach we are taking. That's why we normally say there's going to be a negotiation for this period of time, because there are commercial implications to every decision that we are making or clause that we are drafting. Beyond negotiation, after this period of time, we will go to this particular dispute resolution mechanisms until we reach a point where the dispute is finally resolved. So for me, yes, you may have the right to say wear white or black, but if you can be clear on what I should wear, the better for all of us.
But if you prefer white and I prefer black, can we both have what we want by choosing both? Alex, let me give you an example.
Yes.
Next time that I'm in Kampala, let's arrange to go for dinner, right? But I invite you for dinner. I say, you can only eat meat. Then you tell me, hey, prof, but I'm vegetarian. Okay, you can only eat meat. I want to make you happy and say, okay, let's go for dinner. You can either eat meat or vegetables, whatever you prefer.
Yes, but
this is the clause.
I want to use your example. Would you be able to say, let's go to 2 restaurants because we want different restaurants, and we'll sit on the same table but in different restaurants? Would you be able to say that?
If that's what we want to agree, if that's what we have agreed, yes.
Okay, so I think, Professor, where I'm coming from is I'm saying that dinner and the ties differ quite a bit from what we are dealing with here, because there are rules in different jurisdictions that will determine how things are done. For example, if you say arbitration, the seat has to be determined, the language has to be determined, the jurisdiction of which laws will apply, all that detail needs to be in if it's to be a valid and enforceable arbitration.
In accordance with the laws of X, all action arising out of the subject matter of the agreement shall be subject to the jurisdiction of the state federal court of X or the arbitral court of Y. There you have, you have it there.
There's no language. There's no language of arbitration. There's no selection of arbitrators. Do we choose one arbitrator? Do we have a panel of 3? There's all that detail that gets into it.
Okay. You can claim this is a badly drafted clause, but it's not invalid. It's badly because you need to define the language and we need to define how many arbiters. But doesn't mean that the optionality is invalid per se. I know, Alex, I'm not going to convince you, but you're trying to point me that basically the knot of your tie is not properly done, but you're not telling me that I cannot wear black or white. You're telling me that knot is not properly done. Okay, fine, I can live with that. But I can still choose whether I want black or white tie. Or blue or red, I don't remember which color we chose.
Yes, Professor, you can choose, but I think that ultimately, the reason we are not signing 2 separate contracts and signing one, we are presuming that we all came with different intentions, different preferences, but we are agreeing this is how it's going to be. It's like going to a clause on assignment and saying, I prefer to assign without consent, you prefer to assign with consent, let's all have whatever we want in the same contract. It's the same thing we are doing here. So the idea is, yes, we have our intentions, but there's what we call the meeting of minds. And meeting of mind comes with negotiation. It comes with compromise. I prefer this, but I'm taking a certain thing because actually you mentioned something earlier and said, when you showed us, I think, the dinosaurs and said they're not equal. So sometimes you will compromise on some aspects because of the bigger thing that you want. And I think even here, you would not find ordinarily a clause that is drafted in that manner.
Alex, let me burst your bubble. I just received a message on the chat saying, Yes, we can all have what we want. This is how some of us draft our agreements these days, to give the aggrieved party the option to either go to court or arbitration. So, Alex, again, you don't need to buy into this. The purpose of this is to give you the idea that you can leave some clauses open to a later determination. It can be problematic or not. I personally think that this one is not that open, because you have I see here a clear right granted to the claiming party. So in our example, the wearer can choose red or blue or whatever. Then on the second bit, which we have not discussed, what you are doing there, in my mind, which Alex doesn't entirely like, is I agree with Alex that arbitration by definition is final and cannot be appealed, right? This second part, what it tries to build in is that if the claimant has decided to go for a court, you cannot appeal. Going back to one of the comments that I have here, I think it was from Henry before, you are not giving up your right to access justice. You are limiting your right to access justice. You are saying, or in another way, what you are doing is you are resigning in advance to your right to appeal if it ever emerges.
Professor, again, I disagree.
Of course, I knew that. I saw that coming.
I disagree for two simple reasons. Number one, in every country, I presume, I'll speak for Uganda, there's what we call the grand norm, and the grand norm is the supreme law. So our constitution guarantees the right to appeal. Now, you cannot say you're contracting outside the law. It's like saying our contract will not be governed by the law. Simply because you've agreed does not mean you oust the jurisdiction of the courts. And we have sufficient decisions or jurisprudence here to just agree with the position that I'm making. Unless it's another country, not Uganda.
Alex, I would suggest, we have already exceeded 6 minutes. I suggest let's go for a break and let's ponder on this clause until we come back. Let me just, here are different examples of what happens in different countries. For example, in Egypt, it says, the parties can agree even prior to starting the civil action that the judgment of the court of first instance will be final. Of course, I know that Egypt is not Uganda. Yes, I can live with that, but I'm just telling you this just to open a little bit your mind. In Denmark, in cases between professionals concerning matters relating to the parties' business, such an agreement, the case cannot be appealed. May be concluded before the dispute has arisen. Alex, I also know that Denmark is not Uganda, but then these other two are in the same line as you in Uganda. You cannot give up your right to appeal.
Yeah, and Professor, I think that confirms what I'm saying, that where you intend, where a nation or a jurisdiction intends that that's the case, you will have a specific law that provides for that. You don't have it here. I think that's where I'm coming from.
Okay, I can live with that. I would suggest, we are already exceeded like 8 minutes from our allocated time. I suggest, why don't we do the following? Vincent.
Can I interject a little bit?
Yes, Vincent, the problem is, I don't mind, Vincent, if you don't mind, why don't you open just after the break? Because I think because we might eat the break in its entirety. Unless you tell me it's burning and we have to deal with it now.
Yeah, I think I could die as
I cannot hear you. Microphone, please.
I could step out and die, and the audience misses what I'm going to say. One,
yeah. All right.
I was reminding my colleague here that we have had a case which has been litigated here in Uganda, and yet it was taken to London for arbitration. The case of Uganda, URA, is it URA? versus Hadman, the taxi issue. Heritage, yes, it was litigated here. No conclusion was made. Heritage went to London, and of course, finally, the position of the court here was upheld in London. Was it because of the ambiguous drafting of the what?
Guys, I suggest let's reflect of this over the break with a cup of coffee, because what I want to do with this is just open your minds. I don't want to impose a clause on anyone. I can tell you that in some jurisdictions this is valid, in others it isn't. I use this clause in a contract of mine. Henry tells me, I see forum shopping in this agreement. To Henry, I will tell you, and again, I don't want to be rude, but so what? Basically, when you select that your contract will be governed with the laws of England and Wales, aren't you doing forum shopping? No, you are selecting the form that you think will serve better your purpose. The same you're doing here. Guys, let's have our belated break. Thank you, Henry, for celebrating my answer. Shall we resume quarter past? I don't see any disagreement or agreement from the organizers, so I take that as a yes. And I see the music of the break already getting into the microphone. So let's have a coffee break. Let's resume at 15 past. See you guys.
David, we got to make.
Guys, shall we make a start? Alex, are we going to continue our conversation?
Professor, please go on. We are ready.
Okay, bravo. Guys, just basically the whole idea of this clause, it was just not only to convince Alex, but the whole idea with this clause it was just to show you that there are other possible ways of dealing with conflictive issues, like basically leaving it open at the option of the parties. There are some things like, for example, the purchase price, you cannot leave it open to the option of the parties, but something like this particular clause, it can be open-ended. The $1 million question to you guys would be whether under the laws of Uganda, whether you can give up your right to appeal. I don't know if that is, that would be legal or legally enforceable in Uganda. But that particular clause, the one that some of you fell in love and others still hate, it's a clause that has been used in a contract. I have been involved in that contract, and that clause has been used for a transaction governed by New York law. The only purpose with that was kind of to showcase or highlight that there are instances where you can probably look into some of these aspects into a slightly more analytical manner and leave some things open on purpose. But again, I'm not entirely sure whether there's a lack of clarity or there's a possibility of wrongly interpreting the clause. However, I need to tell Alex in total fairness that most people that are presented with this clause, they tend to naturally reject this clause because they are used to have a clear-cut dispute resolution clause fully drafted and without overcomplicating it. But As I as I have shown, there are several jurisdictions where this can be perfectly valid. There are others where this cannot be even an option. But this could be a creative way to think out of the box and overcome the difficulty. Any other questions on the SPA? Otherwise, if not, I will jump into ancillary agreements to walk you through one particular slide, which is what I call the flower. With that, I can explain all ancillary agreements and then give space to do the case study that I had prepared for this afternoon. No questions? Well, I think that you remember this in your feedback forms. I received an email about feedback forms on how clear the professor was, because there are no single questions. Okay, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen, and you should be looking at my screen now, where what we are looking are the ancillary agreements. So these ancillary agreements, and this is what I refer as the flower slide, because basically for me this looks like a flower, and what this tries to do is basically just to present all what are ancillary agreements that you might enter in the context of a share purchase agreement. So let me start with the obvious and one that we discussed yesterday, which is the escrow agreement. The escrow agreement, as I told you, is to allocate part of the purchase price in escrow with a third party, usually a bank. The bank, what the bank will do will be probably just sit on this money and keep it until there is a claim on that money. If there's no claim on the money and the time limit of the agreement comes to an end, or the statute of limitations on that particular claim expires, then that money goes to the seller, because that's money paid by the buyer to the seller, which is deposited on escrow unless a liability materializes. If a liability materializes, then that goes to the buyer, who will use that money to cover the liability. That's it. There's no much more to be said about the escrow. The reality is that if you have not kept enough money on escrow, then that's your fault for miscalculating the escrow agreement. If you have more money than what you need in escrow, whatever is left will go to the seller, because that is technically seller's money that has been kept on hold until the potential liability disappears, either by extinction, so not extinction because statute of limitation has expired, or because in the example that we were using yesterday, the tax authorities came, they did an audit, and the taxes were less, or the taxes were, or there was no tax liability. So that's when the money goes to the beneficiary of the escrow agreement. You can create an, usually you link the escrow to a specific claim, although you can have you usually link the escrow to a specific potential claim, although you can create an escrow for whatever reason you think will be relevant in those specific instances. Some people can just create an escrow just because, in case that something happens. Another way around to avoid having an escrow is, as we discussed before, is making staggered payments. So you pay 50% now, 25% in 1 year, the remaining 25% after 2 years. would be advisable that here you will construe a mechanism to offset any claims. So you are sitting on 50% of the money. It's the same, it's as good as having an escrow. But the seller might not agree to an escrow, but they might agree to giving you some finance. Again, that really depends, right? Depends on whether you would like that to happen or not, the negotiating strengths of the parties, etc. Any questions on the escrow agreement, guys? If not, yes, Alex.
Professor, thank you. I think mine relates to a bit to the exercise, so you can choose to answer it now or later. But how long would this be? And the reason I'm asking, if, for example, the concern is tax clearance, and you want to be sure that the tax authorities have no problem with this company, in Uganda, we've had situations where today the authorities will say you're cleared, and then 1 year down the road, you see an interesting assessment coming at you. And imagine you said it was only for 3 months because that's the end of the financial year. So you're saying the moment audited accounts are filed, I will presume that you're compliant, and then you pay out of the escrow. And then 1 year down the road, a problem arises. So I think my question is, what would be the mechanism for knowing how long the money should stay on the escrow account?
Okay, Alex, there's no, and Patricia has a question. Okay, Patricia, chip in, ask me your question, and then I try to answer both together.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was just wondering, can't an escrow clause in the share purchase agreement suffice? Must there be a totally different agreement? Or is it because there's another party involved, say the bank here in this case?
Okay. Okay, the first thing I'm going to do is while I answer these questions is I created a specific folder to share with you, which basically I'm looking for the link now, because I think probably the simplest way will be to share the link here, where basically you will find all the material, some background readings, and also I will provide there some sample contracts. You will see there an escrow agreement as a separate document, because I think that basically, let me just 1 second. Okay, chat, here you go. I posted a link there on the chat box. Going to the questions. On the first question that basically Alex was asking me is basically for how long should you have this escrow agreement in place? It depends the liability that you're trying to cover yourself from. If it's a litigation, I will tell you for as much as you think it will take you to finish the litigation. If it's quite advanced and it should not take long, then probably there you have your answer. Basically, if you expect a court decision within a year, then probably that should be it. If you tell me, no, Rodrigo, the problem that I have is that this will take more than a year, but I don't know exactly how much, then you need to come up with some kind of assessment of it will going to be 3, 5, whatever. But also importantly enough is whether the seller will agree to 5 years or 6 years or 10 years or whatever. So again, there's an element that you need to link this to the claim or to the issue that you are trying to protect yourself from. And on the other hand, what you can get from the seller. On Henry asked me quickly, okay, and how much will the bank charge for that? Well, it depends. It depends on the transaction. It depends how much time they are going to have the money. If it's for shorter period of time, probably they will charge you more. If it's for longer period of time, probably they will charge you more. Sorry. If it's for a longer period of time, they will charge you less, because basically in economies of scale, they gain more for the long run. Patricia, what was it? You were asking me whether it was a separate contract. Yes, usually you tend to put it as a separate contract because it's you need to clearly spell out the mechanics of the release of the escrow, because the whole issue on the escrow is how and when to release the escrow and what happens if there's a dispute between the two parties. So the escrow agent would not like to pay anything. Sorry, the escrow agent would not like to take any liability, any responsibility, unless so that's why basically both parties need to clearly spell out every single detail of the escrow, because otherwise the agent will not act. So you are assuming some responsibilities, but the agent would like to clearly know what they have to do, when, and to what extent. Who paid the taxes on the escrow? Well, basically, the other thing on the escrow is that probably you will have an instruction for the escrow agent to invest the money deposited in escrow on, for example, US securities, US Treasury securities. Why? To produce something and not lose money. Then one of the questions I received on the chat is who paid the taxes? If there is, the taxes probably will be the taxes on the income generated by the escrow. I mean, the taxes generating on the upside of the US securities. I think that will be negligible, but in any event, it will be split 50-50 because the money is held in escrow for any of the two, unless there's no liability. So basically, most likely that will be split 50-50. Any other questions on escrow? Vincent, my friend.
In your presentation, you seem to imply that an insurance bond can act as an escrow. Is that the position?
No. I don't know why you think that implies an insurance bond, but basically what you put in escrow is money, cash. Why? Because the buyer would like to receive cash. If the buyer agrees to receive some other payment, fine, but it will not be an insurance bond because this is part of the purchase price that has been allocated to escrow. Any other questions on escrow? I think that we can cross it out. Non-competition or non-compete. A non-competition or non-compete agreement. Yeah.
My name is Walter.
Walter.
Yes. What happens in cases where an escrow agreement has been reached and probably there is a force majeure and probably you need to keep at your respective positions because of the circumstances that have occurred. Probably you have executed an escrow and then there is a frustration, there is an act of God that would ultimately affect this contract.
Okay, Walter, if you have something specific in mind, tell me, because I cannot, it's difficult to picture that. A clear example, I come to Uganda to buy Vincent's law firm. We disagree on how he has been paying taxes. So I pay him 20 million and I deposited 5 in escrow, right? Then there's an act of God that makes it impossible to fulfill which part of the contract?
Basically, what we are looking at is you, for example, where you have executed an escrow account,
yes,
purpose to safeguard this transaction, probably pending a particular clauses, and so this occasion occurs. What then happens to the funds that are kept with the escrow agent is basically what I'm trying to look at.
Walter, the issue is that I cannot see the transaction that you're referring to because I bought the law firm and now we have two different contracts. We have the share purchase agreement between me and Walter, and then we have the escrow agreement between me and Walter on one side. Sorry, me and Vincent on one side, and the escrow agent on the other, which will be a bank, right? So the bank has money on hold for either me or Vincent. I have the company. Vincent is playing golf in Bahamas, waiting for an additional payment of 5 million. So then there's an act of God. There's a hurricane, let's say. The hurricane affects the law firm. It's my law firm, my problem. If after 5 years there's no claim from the tax authorities, that's it. If during those 5 years, because of the hurricane, or there's a hurricane, a flood, and the tax authorities with the flood, all their computers short circuit, they lose all their data, that's the problem of the tax authorities. After 5 years, statute of limit, or 6 years, I don't know how much it is in Uganda, probably 6. After 6 years, statute of limitation will kick in. It's a loss for the tax authorities. Escrow agent has the obligation after 6 years to return the money to Vincent. Walter, that's why I'm asking if you have a specific scenario in mind, because here we can keep on running hypotheticals until tomorrow.
Basically, we are not running hypotheticals. I am simply looking at, because there is a particular clause you had shared earlier before we went to the break, which concern termination of obligations as long as this frustration occurs. And now what would come at play is what happens to that particular escrow account in circumstances where a frustration occurs. Does the buyer have the right to recollect the money, or what happens in those circumstances?
Walter, I insist that the money is on escrow and only will be held to pay for, let's say, a tax liability, right? So I don't see how the act of God can interfere with the escrow agreement. If the act of God means the bank gets sacked by a hurricane, probably there will be no manager of the bank because he died in the hurricane. The company will appoint another manager and the bank will keep on working. So that's why I'm not seeing how the act of God can interfere with it, because basically we have Vincent waiting peacefully to receive 5 million. Me hoping that no liability materializes, so the 5 million go to Vincent, because that's what we agreed as a purchase price. If you give me an actual example of the act of God, how the act of God can derail the contract, I can think of it to help you see how this will happen. But the money is held by a bank on, between inverted commas, custody for the benefit of Vincent, unless the tax authorities comes knocking on my door, unless a court order determines that the company that I have bought has to pay. And in that case, the bank will have to give me the money to me. If not, the money goes to Vincent. So I don't see how the act of God that you're referring to here can derail this.
Professor, I think you can proceed.
Okay. Walter, if you can think of a specific example, I'm happy to, but I don't see how the act of God can derail, because if the act of God affects the company, the money held by escrow by a third party for the benefit of the company or Vincent. If the act of God affects the bank, then the bank will not cease to exist because of the act of God. So I don't see, but if you think of an example, I'm happy to. Who benefits from the interest of the money on the escrow account? That's a question from Patricia. It benefits let's say the pool of money. If it has to go to Vincent, Vincent benefits from that. If it has to come to me, I will benefit from it. But remember that in escrow we will have 5 million. After 5 years, it will be, let's say, 5.3 million, right? If there's no liability, this goes to, sorry, Vincent, I displaced your waist from your torso, but this is Vincent. The 5.3 million will go to Vincent. If there is a liability because the tax authorities come knocking on my door, the 5.3 will come to me, right? If the tax liability is only 2, out of this 5.3, 2 will come to me and 3.3 will go to Vincent. If the tax liability says the liability is 5.1, we only had 5 originally on escrow, but since now there are 5.3, 5.1 will come to me and 0.2 will go to Vincent. So in this case, Patricia, both of us benefited. The issue here about who benefits from this, it is whoever is entitled to receive the money. Happy with the escrow? Everyone? Okay. Then we move to the non-compete. The non-compete, as its names indicate, what it does is a contract that the seller cannot compete. Typical example, I produce ice cream. I've been selling ice creams in the neighborhood for all my life. Actually, my father was selling ice cream already, and my grandfather was already selling ice cream in the neighborhood. So what you will have to do is you will need to come up with a non-competition agreement, because if I sell my business to Vincent and Vincent wants to become an ice cream vendor, Vincent pays a lot of money for my business, and tomorrow I open a shop next door with a similar name, and people know me. People have been buying ice cream from my grandfather, from my father. Of course, they will keep on coming to me. I have the know-how, etc. So that's why usually it's very important to include a non-compete agreement or a non-compete clause. 3 very important aspects of this non-compete. 1, you need to allocate a consideration. 2, there needs to be a time limit. It cannot be forever. And 3, it needs to have a geographical limit as well. So this non-compete, usually for them to be enforceable, has to have these 3 elements: a consideration, a time limit, and a geographical restriction. You cannot say you cannot compete in the entire world forever, period. Why? Particularly in several jurisdictions, the right to work is a right which is protected by the highest norm in the country, in many instances, even on the Constitution. The problem with that, or the main issue with that, is that as such, that will not be enforceable. So that's why usually you limit it for a period of 1 to 3 years, usually for within the city of, within the province of, or even within a country, but probably rarely you will go beyond that. And it has to have a consideration. Consideration usually is a value, because your new job will be to put your feet up and watch Netflix. So that's what basically they are paying you for not doing what is your know-how, your expertise, what you've been doing all your life. Any questions on non-compete agreements? Okay. Shareholder agreements. Shareholders agreements, we discussed this yesterday, are agreements between or among shareholders. They usually deal with, and actually I can show you a slide if you want, which is a structure of the structure of, there we go. In the annex we have, you see, it has to do with, it deals with the capital structure, and mainly it imposes, where is it? Special majorities for the board of directors if you want, and special majorities for the shareholders meetings. The purpose of these shareholders agreements are mainly two. One has to do with governance, who appoints the board of directors, and two, who takes the decisions. The typical reason for the existence of these shareholders agreements are, if you are, typical example, me and Vincent with a law firm. Vincent has been running his law firm all his life. I want to buy, but I'm a little bit concerned about whether this will be a good investment or not. So I decide to buy 75% of the firm. Vincent with 25 will be unhappy because he cannot do much in the firm. I will be taking all the decisions. I will be the boss. So Vincent will like that some decisions I need to involve him as well. So the reason why you will have a shareholders agreement is usually when you buy a shareholding in a company and you buy a majority shareholding, but you don't buy the entirety of the company. You just buy a majority stake. Then minority shareholder will ask you to have a shareholders agreement. Guys, if you are a majority shareholder, would you like to have a shareholders agreement? Yes or no? Majority shareholder, would you like to have a shareholders agreement?
Yes and no.
Patricia, come on. Why yes and no?
Yes, because I would like to double emphasize some of my rights and make sure that they are protected.
Remember what I told you about contract drafting, redundancy.
Sorry?
Why do you need to overemphasize your rights?
Because there's another party involved. There's the minority shareholders, and they also have to be protected in one way or another. So I know they will insist on certain clauses.
Patricia, I love the fact that you care about other human beings and that you are very concerned about human rights, which, don't get me wrong, we all are. But why do you care about the rights of the minority? If you're the majority, you have the number of votes required by the Companies Act. Why do you want to either give them some rights if the Companies Act doesn't care about protecting the rights? Why would you be such a nice human being?
That's why I said yes and no, because of course the law gives me all the rights that I need, but I think in business there's what I think is called good faith. It's only fair because you found these people in this business and they have probably a mission that they've been pursuing, and it's only fair that you recognize their rights. It's just being nice. And why I said no, because of course you can always have your way. You can choose not to have an agreement, and as a majority shareholder, of course, you have your rights protected by law.
I assume, tell me if I'm wrong, that under the laws of Uganda, if I have 75% of the shares, I can do as I wish. I can change the corporate name, I can increase capital, I can decrease capital, I can change purpose of the company, I can do whatever I want, or do I need still a higher percentage?
Yes, you can do that, but it all goes to now the fact that you have agreed to work together, or you came to work with them. They have allowed you. Now, if you do not show the goodwill, they may start sabotaging the company, and that would be a danger to investments. So you have to avoid that. That's why you say, good manners. So please, let's do this. And on the part of the seller, you will find it very hard to sabotage the company as we move forward.
Vincent, I think that we are all on the same page, and what you're telling me kind of confirms what I was telling you, which is, by definition, we are nice human beings, etc. The reality is that seller might not sell unless I enter into a shareholders agreement. So basically, the reason why you will enter into a shareholders agreement is because you are acquiring the majority from a shareholder who will remain in the company and would like to have a seat at the table. They would like to have some say. That's when shareholders agreement 99% of the times come into existence. Other than that, if you're the majority shareholder, unless you have a very nice and soft heart like Patricia, you will not volunteer to give one to minority shareholders. However, if you end up having internal conflicts, etc., you might want to enter into a shareholders agreement to overcome difficulties. But again, if you have the majority, you just, by outnumbering the minorities in the votes, that will suffice. So shareholders agreements will deal with appointment at board of directors and super majorities in shareholders meetings. Also, you can impose supermajority for board of directors meetings. For example, you have a board of 3 and then 2 are appointed by the majority, 1 by the minority. There are some board of decision meetings that will require unanimity. That means all 3 directors. So the director appointed by the minority needs to agree as well. But this is what a shareholders agreement does. I have seen, based on my experience, is that in Africa, you tend to overdraft shareholders agreement. You just draft shareholders agreements just because. So that's why I was a little bit worried when Patricia told me, if you want to emphasize your rights. The Companies Act says, why do you need to emphasize a right which is already given to you by law? Because never a private agreement will be stronger than what the law says. But there might be an element of the laws of Uganda that I'm not familiar with. Then in another petal of our flower, we have earn-out agreements. Earn-out agreements are consulting agreements in disguise. You can tell the seller, I will pay for the company 25 million, but rather than paying 25 million, what you can do is I will pay you 20 and then I will give you 5 more if within 2 years the company turnover goes beyond X or whatever. So you will come up and build in a ratio for performance that will allow the seller to get some extra bonus payments. This is beneficial because it will ease out negotiations. It will facilitate the due diligence because buyer and seller will try to align their interests, because an important aspect of the company will be linked to post-completion performance. That is why seller and buyer will have a smoother due diligence and smoother negotiations. So these earnout agreements, and for both, let me emphasize this, for earnout agreements and for non-compete agreements, it will be important for you to know in advance, before fixing the price, if you want this and this. Because rather than offering to Vincent 25, I will offer him 20. I will not offer him 25 for his firm, I will offer him 20. And I will say probably 3 for the earnout, 2 for the non-compete. Because if you offer 25 and then you want an earnout, then you have to put money on top. And then if you want a non-compete, then you have to put more money on top. So that's why it's important to know from the outset that there are other agreements that can come handy, and you put that as part of the structure of the transaction, and you include that within the budget that you have for the transaction, rather than having to top up that ex post. Any questions on that? Key employee retention agreements, that's very simple. Sometimes you buy a company and you know that the main element of the company is its human capital. Typical example, I want to buy Vincent's law firm, and to do that, I find out that there's a junior partner who is the star within Vincent's firm. Why? Because he has been securing regular big ticket contracts from some of the leading firms in foreign firms in Uganda. So he is bringing in the big money into the firm. I buy the law firm, and if he leaves tomorrow, I will lose some of the juicy contracts. So I identify him as a key employee. So I will put to Vincent as a condition that prior to buy the company, he needs to guarantee that this employee will remain in the company. You're going to tell me, yes, you can buy shares, but you cannot buy people. Yes, I know that I cannot buy people, but we need to find the way to put the right incentives to retain him for a given period of time. And this is something that I discussed yesterday. It might have been with Patricia, I might be wrong, where what we discussed is giving some bonus payments or part of the salary being ballooned towards the end rather than upfront. Any questions on that? If not, then we come to the last, which is the call and the put options. I want to buy Vincent's law firm in Uganda. I look at Vincent, you know the drill. I look at Vincent, he doesn't inspire much confidence. What he's telling me, I believe half of what he's telling me. There are some contracts or some documents that he mentioned that they existed, but he cannot find copies, so there's no hard evidence. So what I'm going to do is, okay, I'm going to buy the firm, but I am only going to buy 51%, right? Let me clear this. So I buy 51%. So basically there are two shareholders, me and Vincent, right? Sorry, this is law firm. I have 51%, Vincent has 49%. Then the next question here would be, what happens if what Vincent was telling me, what I bought is much better than what I thought? That's where you're going to go and draft a put. A put is a right to, sorry, it's a call. Well, explain first is a call. is the right to call. That means to buy additional shares from Vincent. So jointly with the share purchase agreement, I will pay slightly more. Let's say if I pay for this 25 million, for this, let's say we put a value of 300K or whatever, and this gives me the right to exercise within 2 years a call. If I exercise a call, Vincent has the obligation, I have a right, Vincent has an obligation to sell his shares. Here we need to say whether it will be a percentage or all. And this call option will also have a formula to determine the price of the shares. Would you agree a fixed price? No, because the shares can go up or down. The value of those shares can go up or down. That's why you will put a formula to exercise that call option. The put will be exactly the opposite. I bought 51%, but then things are not as Vincent told me. So basically, this is the right to put. That means to sell not additional shares, but my shares instead of from to Vincent. I will pay a fee of money. I will have the right to exercise this within, let's say, these 3 years. Instead of a call, it will be a put. If I exercise, Vincent has the obligation to buy my shares. So these call and put options are a nice tool if you want to penetrate a slightly more exotic market, one where you are not that familiar with, one where the seller might not be the most reliable of all sellers. And what you do is you include this in a way to be able to either increase your shareholding or decrease your shareholding. How much you can increase to 100% if you want. How much can you decrease to a 0% if you want? 2 or 3 key things. This has a price. There's no such thing as a free lunch, at least in my line of business. 2, usually there's a period of time within which you can exercise that right. 3, usually the price is always determined based on a formula because the value of the company can go up or down. So rather than fixing a fixed price today, you put a formula that can be adjusted whenever you exercise your right. Any questions on call or put?
Alex.
Yes,
Professor. So 2 questions there. Can you have a call and not have a put option or vice versa? Or
yes.
Will they move?
Yes, you can have only one. You don't need to have both.
Okay. So in case of a put option, if the intended purchaser, in this case, your shareholder, is unable to purchase, would you consider that a breach? Or normally the way it's worded is that if they fail to purchase them, I can sell to someone else?
Because no, that will be a breach because they have obliged.
Yes. What if selling, you mentioned that you don't even show the value because the price may increase over time, the value of the company.
Yes.
Are unable to purchase and they genuinely can't purchase. What would happen?
You can sue them. I know that basically in practical terms, not much will happen, but technically they have committed to buy the shares. So basically, they have a contractual, legally binding obligation. So you can sue them, you can sue them for breach of contract, then you can claim damages, and eventually, if they genuinely do not have the money, then you can declare them bankrupt. So Alex, in a nutshell, you have a valid binding legal contract with outstanding obligations. Whether you are going to enforce that or not, that's entirely at your discretion. If you prefer to sue or go for arbitration, that's entirely at your discretion. If you want to appeal or not, that's entirely at your discretion. Sorry, Alex, I was just joking. I couldn't resist the temptation of going through the clause again. Yeah, but Alex, it's important. You will rarely get both. You will get either a call or a put. If you are overly protective or you are concerned, you can cope with both.
No. Professor, imagine that you have both of you agree to put on either one of them.
Yes.
Now time comes and maybe you want to dispose of these shares, and me was an obligation to buy. I say now that I'm not having money, I sell them to you. What happens? Would I be in breach?
Sorry, Vincent. Can you walk me through this slightly more carefully, because I'm getting a little bit lost here, because what you are telling me here is the following. You are telling me that I enter into, let's say, a put between me and Alex, right? I buy 51% of Alex's share, and I have a put that if for whatever reason I don't like, I can force Alex to buy back those shares that he sold me today from me. And then what happens?
No, I mean, time comes and he says, please sell off these shares so that maybe you pay me off or something like that. I say, fine. Now that you want the shares sold, I'm selling them to you. I don't have the market, you are the market. Would I have breached the contract?
Sorry, Vincent, I don't understand. Who is the market? I am the market.
Yeah, you become the market instead of me.
Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry, Vincent, let me see if I understood. So basically, rather than going and telling Alex, buy me the shares, I go to the open market to someone else to buy me the shares?
I am assuming that
Sorry, microphone, Vincent.
Shares are listed. Oh, sorry. I'm assuming that this company is listed on the stock exchange or whatever it is.
Okay, it wasn't, but okay.
Now, I have the 49 shares and I am unable to sell them outside. I give them back to Alex now to buy them, because he's the one forcing me to maybe he wants to 100% ownership. Would I have breached the put agreement?
Professor, if I may comment on Vincent's question, I think he has actually understood it the other way around. Because, and you'll clarify, I'm saying this so that you help us understand it better.
Okay.
My understanding is that the call and put option are between shareholders.
Yes.
So the right to sell to the public is generally the general
It's
rule.
always there.
So the call and put is the exception that you're signing.
Yes.
And you're signing to say you will either buy or you will either sell. That's why you choose either call or put.
Yes, correct.
The example that Vincent is giving, which is, can I go out and sell, or if I fail, do I come back, does not apply in relation to these options, because our first presumption with the call and put is that you start with your shareholder. And then I think what then follows that is the first question I asked. If they fail to purchase, even if you have the option, can you go out to the public?
Yes.
So the first thing with this should be with your shareholder, then after that. And you
Yes,
go
but
to
remember both to, sorry, Alex and Vincent, remember that you have a right. If you exercise it or not, it's your discretion. So you can go to the public without going, what you do with a call and a put, you definitely have a fallback option. If you prefer to go to the market because you can get more money, more than what you can get out of your formula, agreed in the call or in the put, you can do that because you're not obliged to go first to your shareholder. And you enter into a call or a put the day that you acquire a shareholding. You can also have the situation where you get a call or a put for 2 years and you don't exercise it, but in year 3 you want to sell. You don't have a call and a put anymore, so you can go to the open market. So the call or the put is a right that you have, that the beneficiary has, that they can decide to exercise it or not. I have rented a very nice house in Kampala, thanks to Patricia's negotiating my tenancy agreement. But if I decide not to go to Kampala in 2 years, tenancy agreement finishes and that's it. Tough luck. Or I have that tenancy agreement, but I still go to Kampala and I rent another house because I found a better house. Again, you need to understand this contract for what it is. It is a contract that gives you a right. If you use it or not, it's entirely up to your discretion. If you decide to use and sell this to someone else, you can perfectly can. This is kind of a, with this, what you're doing is you're guaranteeing yourself a fallback option.
Professor, I also have a question around there. Walter?
Walter, yes. I cannot see you, but I recognize that voice. Yes, Walter.
Will it be the same thing when we talk about preemption rights?
It is different. It is different.
Then would you have preemption right clauses at the same time call or put? Because I'm imagining you can have a preemption clause simply that when an opportunity surfaces, you have the first right to purchase those shares. But now here, you have agreed to the call or put, and so you are restricted to the agreement to the extent that you cannot go out. And I'm also imagining that preemption will still limit the other majority shareholder from selling his or her shares to the outside party without first giving you the first right to purchase.
Yes, Walter, what you need to distinguish here, and I think that the key element is a right versus an obligation, because the preemption right is, the preemption right, as its names indicate, it's a right. Here you have a call option or a put option, you have a right, but the other person has an obligation. In a preemption right, you don't have the obligation to buy. That is the main distinguishing element. So yes, you can go for both.
Thank you, Professor.
Guys, are there any other questions, or shall we move into our case study? Okay, case study it is. It is 20 past. You should all have read the case study. In any event, it's a 2-page document, so it should not take you long. What I would like you to do is have a look at the case study. For those of you who have not received it, I sent the link yesterday on the chat. If you have not been here yesterday or have forgotten or have lost the link, in the link that I sent you today to the materials, there's a folder called case study, and inside that folder, you will find the case study again. What I want you to do is look at the narrative, look at the description of the case study, and don't worry, because even if none of that suffice, what you will see is that in here, I also have the narrative for you, my friend. So basically, you have no more excuses. So basically, spend 10 minutes reading the narrative, which is this page and the next one. And basically what I need you to do is to answer me 2 simple questions. 1, whether you buy shares or assets, and 2, whether you have an escrow agreement or not. Those of you that have read it already, please start putting together your thoughts, 2 or 3 bullet points as to whether you should buy shares or assets and whether you should have an escrow or not. Shall we reconvene? I'll be here in case you have any questions. Let me go and get quickly something to drink, but in 10 minutes we will resolve the case. I want you can consult with someone sitting next to you. You can do this individually, but I want to know whether we should buy shares or assets. First question. Number 2, escrow or no escrow. Shall we take 10 minutes to think this through? For those that have not read the case now. 10 minutes. I'll be here. Give me one. Yes, Alex.
For those that have read,
put together 3 to 5 bullet points as to why shares or why assets. Alex, bear with me 10 minutes so we give an option to those who have not read. Thank you for your thumbs up, Alex. I'm going to get a glass of water and I'll come back in case you have any questions. Guys, I'm here in case you have any questions. Guys, if there are any questions, I'm here, just as a reminder. Guys, shall we continue?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, here we go. Okay. Guys, tell me, I don't know, I think probably the best thing will be to quickly go together through the narrative. Now you should be looking at my screen. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put in full screen mode. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to quickly walk you through this. So let me go to the previous page. This is page 2. Okay. You are acting as advisor to Nestlé. This is your client, and you have negotiated the major terms and conditions for the purchase of PT Campina, an Indonesian company which owns the largest and best known indigenous brand of ice cream in Java. The purchase price has been agreed by the board of Campina at 50 million. So here what you have is buyer, this is the target, and here what you have is the price. This is what we know from the first paragraph. Second part, details of Campina. PT Campina is an unlisted limited company. So what's the name of this transaction? Guys, quickly, what's the name of this transaction?
It's an acquisition transaction.
Bravo. I don't know whose voice was it, but yes. Patricia, was it you?
Yes, that's me.
It's an acquisition because it's an unlisted company. So it is an acquisition. So we know it's a private company. It is based in Surabaya, in the Eastern Java, but supplies to the whole of the island. 90 million people living on it. The number of employees, including factory workers, truck drivers, and central administration, is about 1,650. The company has 10 million shares in issue. The majority of the shares are owned by two OE brothers, David and Harry, who inherited their shareholding in the company some time ago from their father, the patriarch, who began the company with one small truck in 1950. The company assets are listed in the appendix. So we quickly go to the appendix and we see what the assets are. A factory lease, brand names, stock, employment, mini fridges, transport, supply, purchase contracts, and space agreement. Okay. While David OA, the company's chief executive, has assured you that all the family shareholders, 9 in total, are agreed to the sale, your client is worried that one of them, John OA, who has 7.5 of the shares, may actually refuse to sell and in the end stay in for the upside. Nestlé wants full control, and they will be getting at best apparently 92.5% of the shares. The OA family only concern is apparently capital gain tax, which is charged at 50% rate on any gain and without the benefit of index linking. Rationale of the deal. Nestlé is simple. It has just completed a state-of-the-art ice cream factory outside Jakarta and wants to be able to distribute immediately its own ice cream in Java. However, the key to the Javanese ice cream market is through the corner stores where most people shop. And Campina has over the years built a network of over 4,000 of these outlets with their own mini fridges stocking Campina products located inside. Campina has a written contract with each of outlet guaranteeing exclusivity for the Campina ice cream brand for a depressingly large number of years. Page 2. Acquisition of Campina by Nestlé will give them immediate access to the locations and thus the stomach of 90 million Javanese. Having acquired the company, Nestlé will probably run both Campina brand and its own international brand side by side for a while before phasing out the local brands entirely. A full due diligence exercise was carried out, was apparently satisfactory in all major respects. The only issue was on the cash flow statements for the last 10 years of the accounts that did not reconcile exactly with the cash the company should have generated. Questions were asked about, but proved impossible to answer. So Nestlé, in view of the significance of the transaction on itself, and believe that Unilever is also becoming interested in Campina, has taken a view. Nestlé lawyers are in the process of drawing up and draft a contract for the sale and purchase. Negotiation on the fine terms will follow shortly, since there's the possibility of Unilever getting involved. Nestlé wants the legal documentation and process to be as speedy, smooth as possible. It also wishes to ensure a smooth handover and as much continuity as possible. Nestlé will probably use its new subsidiary, Nestlé Netherlands NV, as a highly leveraged SPV, as a company to carry out the transaction. So guys, based on this, two questions. One, shares or assets? Two, escrow, yes or no? Who would like to answer question number one?
Professor, I would like to attempt that.
Okay. I think because of the voice that is Alex, although you on the on the screen you are frozen, you're not moving. Okay, Alex, it's you. Okay, yes.
Yes, this side I am moving, Professor. So let me attempt.
Okay.
So my advice to the company would be to buy shares.
Okay.
And not just the assets, for a number of reasons. Number one, the business strategy of the company is distribution across a region where key contacts or what's the word? Key locations have already been taken on by this company by signing with 4,000
Japanese people, yes.
Yes, that's one. Then two, the huge employee base, because distribution would require that you have people on ground that do this. So it's not just the assets, it's actually the fact that you're going to have a team of over, I think, 1,600 employees that are already on the team and they understand the market, they understand the business. So it would make it more viable if Nestle is able to do what it wants to do. But the last is the point we saw about the change of brand name, phasing out the PT company brand name or brands, and then bringing in the Nestle brand. Again, that becomes very difficult if all you've acquired is assets. So for those three reasons, I know there might be others, but for those three, for me, it pointed more towards the necessity to get shares and not just assets.
Thank you very much, Alex. Do we have anyone going for assets? Someone who would like to be the champion of the assets? I have to understand that your silence means that nobody will go for the assets.
Professor, I would opt for assets for this reason. The due diligence has revealed that the cash flow for the last 10 years has had issues. And so considering that the due diligence is querying the cash flow, I would then literally focus on the assets because they would have no business to do with focusing on the cash flow.
Okay.
In support of Mr. Alex, I will go for both of the shares and the assets. Why? Because there is Unilever, there is the threat of Unilever getting into the market for my client. So to prevent any access to the market by Unilever, I will risk and purchase both the assets and the shares. Otherwise, if you don't, Unilever will come, could even buy the assets, and will really become a problem, a very serious competitor. There is no way you cannot risk the two, I mean, buying the two, investing in the two, with the potential market of, call it an extended market of 90 million. Because when you buy the shares and assets, you as my client will have both the old market and the new market. And if you don't hurry, if you don't do the process very quickly, Unilever will take the advantage. Thank you.
Guys, do we have any other view, any other comments, anything else to add? Anyone?
Professor, just if I may add, the other part of the question, of the same question, talked about addressing the concerns of the shareholders as well. I don't know if we should tackle that now, or you want to ask to tackle it separately.
Please, let's try to tackle that one now.
Yes. Okay, so I have a comment on that. I think what from the question, it says their major concern as the shareholders or potential sellers is the capital gains tax. Now, when I did a basic search, I found that Indonesia and Netherlands, where the SPV is located, have a DTA, a double taxation agreement. Now, I did not go into the details to see how, for example, the capital gains taxes of laws of Netherlands would benefit. But I believe the reason the client has set up in the Netherlands is they've done some treaty shopping, so to say, to find out if this can be saved. Now, I believe that would be a way to help the shareholders save on the tax if the entity buying is from a country that has a treaty with Indonesia.
Okay. Guys, anyone else wants to join the debate as to whether shares or assets? We have Walter on assets, we have Alex on shares, we have Vincent on both.
And maybe to some comment on Alex's view about Netherlands and Indonesia. I don't know whether we shall this project will be contracted these days, or we should go backwards. Because what happened now is that I think WTO has agreed that companies will pay taxes wherever they make money, wherever they are making money. So in this case, they will still have to pay taxes in Indonesia. There is no more hiding now. Following what did you call these papers? Where some of our ministers were hiding their monies in those Virgin Islands. I think we shall still have to pay the 50% taxes. That is where the next question comes in now. Creating an escrow such that you put it on standby, and you could restructure the taxes with the authority, the tax authority in Indonesia, and you stagger the taxes, whatever will come out. And somehow the family will not feel the pinch of these taxes.
Thank you, Vincent, for your contribution. Let me have a quick go at your answers, and then I will also give you what would have been my answer, and then I can tell you what happened for real in the transaction. This is a real transaction. This is not a hypothetical transaction. it happened for a fact. So I will tell you what I would have done. First, I will give a couple of clarifications on your answers, and then I will tell you what I would have done. And then I will tell you what happened in the transaction for real. Alex first told us that he will go for the shares, and the reason why he will go for the shares is that he needs to access the 4,000 selling points, the exclusivity agreement that Campina has. Then he mentioned also, I don't remember in which order, but he also mentioned the workforce that needs to produce and distribute the ice cream. And then Alex, which was the third one? It was the work for the 4,000. The brands. The brand, the IP, right? Then Walter told me that he will go for assets because of the liabilities. And then my friend.
Hello, Prof.
Yes, Patricia.
We lost you. We had a blackout here. So if you don't mind, please recap from the beginning, actually.
From the beginning. Okay, thank God you stopped me in time because otherwise. Okay, so you can see my screen now? Patricia, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Do you have a blackout and basically now the generator kicked in, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
On, Professor.
Okay. What I was telling you is the following. I'm going to give you my read on your answers, and then I'm going to tell you what I would have done in this transaction. And then I'm going to give you what happened for real in the transaction. So basically, we have Alex first, who told me that he will go for the shares. And Alex mentioned that he will go for the shares because he needs to have access to the 4,000 selling points in the corner shops. Also, it's important to have the workforce, which will allow you to produce and distribute. And also because of the brands and the IP that will allow him to start a phase out process of the PT Campina brand and bring in the Nestlé brand. Then we have Walter, who told me, look, I will go for the assets because of the liabilities. And then we have Vincent, who said, well, I will go for everything. I will go for the assets and the shares. On that point, I would like to bring to your attention something that I mentioned yesterday. If you get the shares, you also get the assets. So there's no need to go for both. So I will think that Vincent, this has been a misinterpretation, and I will put Vincent jointly with Alex, because if you buy the shares, you get the assets. So you don't have to pay twice for the same thing. So that's why I will put Vincent on the share camp. Having said that, what I would like to do is I would like to carefully point your attention to what we have here, which is the assets. And I'm going to ask you one by one. Do we need, and probably I would say, Alex, why don't you take the microphone? Because not only you are championing the share acquisition, I will tell you what I would have done. I would have gone for the assets. But since you are the champion of the shares, let's have a conversation together about this. Do I need the factory lease in Surabaya? My view is that I don't need this because I have just finished producing my state-of-the-art plant, right? So I don't need the factory lease. Do I need the IP, the brand names? If we look carefully, at how this is drafted, Nestlé will probably, it's not an absolute certain, will probably run both Campina brand and its own international brand side by side for a while before phasing them out. If I get the brands, it's a plus, but will probably, for me, doesn't imply that it is a deal breaker. So that's why I will probably say that this I don't need. This one, yes. So this will be, let's say, something that I would prefer to get, but if I don't get it, I don't see it as a deal breaker. Stocks, I don't need this because I have my state-of-the-art plant where I'm producing yogurt, chocolates, and I'm going to start producing ice cream as well. If I have the raw materials to produce yogurt, to produce something else, I don't need it for the ice creams. Employment contracts. Me being an international reputed company like Nestlé, I personally think that if I put an ad that I'm hiring, most likely, and with proper medical plan, with proper incentives, etc., I don't think I need the employment contracts. I think I will be able to do in less than 24 hours, I will have a long queue of people willing to work for me. Mini fridges, again, if you have them ready, fine. If not, I'm Nestlé. I can call my buddy Philips in the Netherlands and get mini fridges with the shape of my logo and the colors immediately. So I don't think that this is a must. Trucks, I have my own factory. I produce chocolate, yogurt, etc. I don't need the trucks because I have the distribution trucks. Here comes the problem. Here there are listed as two different things. I don't know which of the two is the one that gives me exclusivity. I think it will be this one. So this one is the one that I really need. Supply purchase contracts. If I have exclusivity, you need to buy from me because if not, you cannot buy from anyone else. But I think that this is the one that you need. So out of 8 assets, I just need 1.5. One, and this one, if I get it better, but if not, it's not a deal breaker, right? So that's why I would personally go for the assets, because we have the liability that Walter pointed out. That liability, to be fair, it's not one that keeps me awake at night. But in addition to that, I don't need all of this. I don't need all of this. I just need this, which is, this one really is the key to open the market. If I get this one as well, great. But this is the real one that has value. I don't need to pay for all of these as well. So I personally would have gone for the assets. I'm going to tell you in a minute what happened in the transaction for real. Before we do that, let's go to the second question, unless, Alex, you want to contradict the good old professor.
Professor, I'll contradict you just for argument's sake, not because I necessarily disagree. I think what the analysis you've given is very important. And I think where one of the key things we might want to think about is the value of the things you say you don't need vis-a-vis the price that is attached to them. If, for example, you said, I can easily get mini fridges, I can easily get trucks, the presumption, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, you're presuming that you can get them at a cheaper cost. Okay? You presume that the taxation, for example, that will be applied on importation is not as much to mean that 50 million is on the higher side. But where we have these assets being of more value, even if you had the opportunity to get them from elsewhere, it may not be cost effective for you because you're talking about an inter-country or cross-border kind of transaction. So those are the details that we don't have, but I think looking at it as it is here, if you're only talking about ease of access, then you're right. In terms of, do I have an alternative? Yes, you do. But the question is at what cost?
Alex, I can buy into that. The reality is that in the big scheme of things, me being Nestlé, opening a whole market of 90 million people, the only one, if you ask me, this is a cost. This is raw materials. This is between you and me. This is really pocket change for in the big schemes that we are talking about. This is the only one that where you have the tax, the importation, etc. But again, 4,000 fridges. Let's assume that with a fridge will not cost $1,000. It will not cost because it's a mini fridge. Not even $500. Let's assume it costs $1,000 each, including importation taxes, etc. We are talking about 40,000 USD. In the big scheme of things of Nestlé penetrating a new market with 90 million stomachs to feed, this is really, really pocket change. What you can tell me, which I can buy, is that in order to sell me this asset alone, I will have to pay, let's say, 10 million, and if I buy everything, probably 15. The reality is that except these, all the others are a nuisance to me because I have my plant, I have my trucks, I don't need this. Stock, I buy regularly for my yogurts. What am I going to buy? Some mangoes that after a week, they will go bad. That in order to transport them, I need to transport in specific conditions. So really, 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 all of these can be a nuisance to me. This is the only one that not. Let's go to the second question, which is the escrow. Should we have an escrow, yes or no?
Yes.
I heard someone whispering yes. I guess that might have been Alex, but
that, Professor, that was Patricia, but I'll attempt because I don't know her answer. I hope she disagrees with me. I would open the account majorly for the question of discrepancy in cash flows. And of course, the escrow would apply if it's a share purchase, not an asset purchase. And so basically that for me would be time to see if we have any challenges with the tax authority. And that relates to the question I asked earlier.
Okay. Walter or anyone else, do you have a divergent view?
Professor, I share the same view with Alex.
Okay.
Because once I resort to go for asset purchase, I don't need an escrow.
I strongly agree with both of you. Vincent, any other view, or will you go for both? You cannot go for both on this one.
I will go for both.
For escrow and no escrow. That is a Solomonic answer. You will not get it wrong.
I will go for I will purchase both the assets and the shares, create an escrow to manage the tax worry of the family.
Okay, guys, let me tell you, as I told you, I will have bought the assets. And as Walter and Alex have said, if I go for assets, no escrow. That would have been my answer. And what I'm very happy with you guys is that if you go with shares, you go for escrow. Yes, that's right. That makes sense. If you go for assets, you don't go for escrow. Yes, that is right. That makes sense. Let me tell you what happened for real in the transaction. They went for assets. So Walter and I, we got 1 point there. We got that right. But then on the question of the escrow agreement, yes or no, on that one, my friends, I have sad news. We all got it wrong. They went for assets, and despite the fact that they went for assets, they went for an escrow. If you ask me why that defies logic, I will tell you, yes, I agree with you. That defies logic. The purpose of the main teaching of this is that not everything needs to follow a logical rationale. What they did was they just flexed their muscles, and since they were the big, strong international company, they got an escrow just in case. Because really, when you buy the assets, you buy them as they are. There cannot be hidden liabilities. The only possible explanation is that the main asset that they were buying was the exclusivity contracts. In case there would have been a problem with the assignment of those contracts, but I cannot see the logic behind having an escrow agreement if you buy assets. Any questions on this?
Professor Alex here.
Alex.
Just to take you to the second part of that question, what would be the level of withholding and for how long? I think for me, that was where the bigger, where I failed to really know how to answer that.
Okay, Alex, the problem is that, okay, let's dissect this in two parts. In this transaction, I don't got exact data, but from some journal articles of what happened with the transaction, I can tell you that, if I'm not mistaken, it was an escrow for 25% for 1 year or something along those lines. But in your case, if you go for the shares, and with the shares, what you are getting is, someone is drawing on my screen. If you are going for the shares, Alex, and what you are trying to do there is protect from the tax liability, what you need to look at is, in that jurisdiction, what will be the statute of limitations period for tax claims. That's how I will put it. And basically, if there's a liability, etc., what you need to do is you need to talk to a tax advisor, try to identify or quantify what will be, one, the tax liability, two, the tax liability applicable interest, three, any penalty fee that the tax authorities might apply, and that will give you the quantum. And statute of limitations will give you the for how long. Cephas is telling me, we have a tax expert here, Cephas is telling me that statute of limitation does not apply in Uganda for tax claims. Guys, then you are in trouble. You should, sorry, I was joking. I was going to suggest that you should move countries, but okay. Cephas is telling me that there's no statute of limitation for tax limitation, so that becomes tricky.
Professor, that's exactly where I was coming from, because if you set a time and yet there's no limitation statutorily, then you risk, getting an assessment even 5 years later. And I think that's a practical challenge that you'll find.
That is a big challenge. And basically, if I were you, Alex, I will start campaigning tomorrow to include a
maybe, Professor, maybe that's where the practical question might be. Can we have a period or an endless escrow agreement?
No, an endless escrow agreement, not paying.
So realistically, if I said, let's limit it till a time when we are sure, would that suffice?
Based on what you're telling me, Alex, you will never be sure. However, we have another intervention here from Stella, who says, it does. We have 5 years after 5 years, URA cannot claim. URA, I assume it's the tax authority. The law says you keep records for some years, but the law was amended to allow the URA, which I assume it's now I'm convinced that URA is the tax authority, to audit at any time they have new information. Guys, I hope that there's no one from URA in the room, but you need to clip their wings because they have very strong power. They are more powerful than your prime minister, more powerful than for as back as they want. If I move to Uganda, I will not sleep at night. Okay, and now Stella is chipping in the discussion. Pooh, this is getting heated. There is a limitation, please. After 5 years, URA cannot assess you and claim after 5 years. Okay, we have a philosophical discussion about Ugandan law. And someone seems to be Googling, or I see a white screen now, so I don't know what's going on there. But guys, the purpose of this exercise is to put in practice or to put in context about the issues that you come across in an M&A. In this transaction, there are two possible answers. Alex going for shares, Walter going for assets. Both were very valid. We also need to know whether the seller would be willing to sell the assets, where the exclusivity agreement was the crown jewel in the transaction. So that is important for you to know, to understand, to bear in mind. Another aspect for you to consider, to bear in mind, is that sometimes the circumstances and the negotiating power of the parties defy logic or twist the logic, because the logic here would have been, you're buying assets, you don't go for an escrow, and that would have been on an exam at university, that would have been the right answer. That's why I was happy with the answer of both Walter and Alex, which went for two different approaches. When it comes to the escrow, if it's shares, it makes sense to have an escrow. Yes, I agree. If it's assets, it doesn't make sense to have an escrow. Yes, I agree as well. However, in this case, the parties defy logic and they went for an escrow anyway. So I hope that with that, we have already exceeded 10 minutes. I think we will bring this to a close. Thank you very much for the opportunity of delivering this training for all of you in Kampala, a city where I have been in the past. It's a pity I have not been able to be with you there today for the reasons that we all know, but hopefully we'll be able to meet in person in the near future. Actually, I still have a pending business trip to Kampala. So hopefully we will have the opportunity to meet in person. I think that, well, of course, you can always reach me if you have any questions by email. I'll be happy to maintain an open channel of communication. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for all the organizers. Thank you to the Law Society, to IDLO, to the European Commission. It was a pleasure. As you can tell, I have fun doing this. So I hope that not only we have a good time together, but you also learn about practical aspects of M&A transactions. And with that, I think I should hand over to the organizers. I don't know whether there's a closing speech, remarks, or just we call it a day. Thank you very much, everyone. An absolute pleasure. And Alex, since you are clicking a photo, I would expect you to share that photo with me afterwards. Thank you for the thumbs up.
Thank you, Professor Rodrigo, for the elaborate discussion you've given us on this day too. Dear participants, both online and here physically, allow me invite Ideal or representative, I hope she's still online, to give us some closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So my name is Alessandra Mistura. I'm a program coordinator for the International Development Law Organization and a representative of IDLO. As you know, IDLO is the International Development Law Organization, and it's the only global intergovernmental organization exclusively dedicated to promoting the rule of law globally to advance sustainable development. I'm going to be very short, just because it's been 2 long and very exciting days to take too much of your time. First of all, please allow me to thank Professor Olivares Carminal for his very excellent presentations these 2 days, and in particular, also extend my thanks to Queen Mary University and their Center for Commercial Law Studies that have made possible to organize the afternoon training session at the M&A conference for this year. I also wanted to thank the other distinguished speakers for the exchange and the insights that they shared during the morning session. And of course, a big thanks to the Uganda Law Society for their wonderful work in putting together this event. IDLO and the ULS have been collaborating for quite some time now. And today's conference is just one of the many initiatives that we implemented together. So we are currently partnering under IDLO's investment support program funded by the European Commission. As you might know, probably, the program provides technical, legal assistance and capacity building to private sector and government beneficiaries on a wide range of investment-related matters, from contract negotiations, as the one that we've seen today, but also related to dispute settlement and the design of investment policy frameworks. And thanks to the initiative, the ISP initiative, we had the privilege to implement activities of legal educations for private sector representatives on mergers and acquisition, project finance, intellectual property law, and international investment law and arbitration in Uganda and beyond. Thanks to also funding received from the European Commission. In addition, the partnership with the ULS extends beyond the ISP program. In fact, the Uganda Law Society is currently an implementing partner of IDLO under the Community Justice Program that is being implemented through 6 ULS legal aid clinics with IDLO's legal and technical support. And the goal of the Community Justice Program is to enhance accessibility and quality of and sustainability of justice services delivered for rural, vulnerable, marginalized communities in Uganda. And also this program is implemented through the support that we received from CEDA. So as you see, we have quite some initiatives going on with the Uganda Law Society. We hope that this is just an additional step in cementing our partnership, and also the first of many other capacity building events for the ULS membership that we're going to implement in the future. So thanks again, everyone, for your participations today, and for Professor Olivares Carminal and the Queen Mary and ULS for this wonderful event. So we'll stop here. I will not take more of your time, but I wish you all a very good evening, and back to the organizer.
Thank you so much, Alexandra, for those closing remarks. Professor, before you go off, I kindly request that you share your presentation, the presentation with the ULS, so that members who have participated can have access to the soft copies.
Walter, I provided that on the chat box. I provided a link where you can download a whole folder with materials, the slides, the brochure, everything is in there.
Oh, I saw it. I saw the link. Thank you.
If not, please send me an email and I can share that. Not by email because it will be heavy files, but I can share the link as well again.
Okay. So thank you so much, M&A Summit Africa. Thank you so much, Uganda Law Society. Thank you so much, IAVCA, Uganda Investment Authority, Queen Mary University of London, IDLO, and everyone who has graced this occasion. We appreciate you so much, Patricia, Alex, and everyone I can't mention personally, and those who have been online. We've seen so many participants. We appreciate you for supporting this M&A conference. We look forward to seeing you next year at such a time. But in the due course, we will be planning for continuous engagement and meetings to see how best we can plan for our next year's training. But we appreciate you so much. Wish you a safe journey back home, and be sure that you'll receive these recordings on your respective emails. We thank you so much and wish you a very wonderful stay. I also just kindly remind the participants to fill the evaluation forms which were sent by email and also on the Zoom chat. Please share your feedback so that we can see how best to improve and give you a better training next time.